Okay. Yeah, so Eat to Extinction is good quality removal. You get a Surveil 1, even if they don't want to call it that. And it exiles, so it can deal with gods and stuff. And it's super splashable. If you end up with any green deck, this card's single black, you can easily toss it in your deck. The 3 uncommons are not specifically impressive. I'm not saying you never play Escape in an aggro deck if it's your only red Escape card or Enemy of Enlightenment in a black deck, but these cards are just not impressive. As far as the commons, again, I mean, I like Daybreak and Loathsome Kai Mir. Kai, best Magic player. Mir rhymes with bear, and 3 syllables. I like both of those cards, but they're nothing special. Thirst is decent card drawing. Funeral Rites is an overperformer with the black self-mill and Escape. But again, this is just an easy eat. I'm not eating yet because I had my breakfast and coffee a few hours ago and I'm not starving. But before the stream, I went and picked up a gyro to eat. So at some point, this will be a mukbang like everybody seems to hate. But for the moment, I'm not eating, but I am going to draft Eat to Extinction because it is by far the best card in this pack. And it is super splashable. Other than that, there's nothing too exciting here. Nothing even close. So there's Thassa's Oracle. It's an okay card in Limited, but it's not... I don't think it's, like, busted. I know LSV said he liked it in one of the... Twitter... Like, somebody tweeted a pic at us. I honestly haven't played with or against it yet. I mean, it's not that hard to get through your library in this format, so I could see Thassa's Oracle being a reasonable win condition, and a blue-blue 1/3 is fine for Blue Devotion. So I'm not saying it's not good, but I don't think it's like an exciting card. I don't think we're looking to take it after a black removal spell over one of the best commons in the set, Final Death. Cling to Dust is okay. This card actually has overperformed a little bit in that you can do it multiple times and draw a couple cards on the cheap. But at the same time, just a playable, not exciting. Similarly, Laguna Band Storyteller, just a playable, not exciting. So ultimately, I think this pick is super easy. We're definitely going to take Final Death. I'd like to make the pick sound more exciting or more dramatic, but it's not. We first picked a good black removal, a rare one. Now we can second pick a good common black removal. My next choices out of this pack would be Oracle, Storyteller, Revoke. But I think it's a pretty clear Final Death. Okay, again, looks like they're giving me a nice welcome back with a drafting the easy way draft. This pick is just not close. It's not hard. Elspeth's Nightmare is first pickable. It's not a windmill slam, but it's a good card. This card frequently gets you a 2-for-1, and exiling the graveyard has very real value in the escape format. So it's really more like a 2.5-for-1. Sometimes they don't have a 2-power creature out, or at least one that's not meaningful. Sometimes you don't get a card out of their hand. But even then, it's like a 1.5-for-1, and it costs 3 mana. This card is just excellent. Whirlwind Denial is just another counterspell. It's cool that it can hit activated abilities in play. Or triggered, I guess, right? Just any ability. Hierophant is better than it looks. Venomous Hierophant is one of the biggest overperformers. Sam Black said he sees mill 2 or 3 or something as about draw a card in this format. He's definitely not wrong. Nobody would know how to calculate that exactly, but milling yourself has value. If you mill an escape creature, or even if you don't mill an escape creature, if you just mill enough cards to power an escape, that's worth a card. And it's almost worth more than a card, because in the late game, lands are near dead cards, whereas escaping decent-sized creatures is a lot better than drawing one card from your deck, which is a land 40% of the time. So anything like Venomous Hierophant, Relentless Pursuit, these kind of cards overperform in this format. But they're not as good as Elspeth's Nightmare, clearly. So this is an easy Elspeth's Nightmare, but it's worth talking about stuff like Venomous Hierophant and Relentless Pursuit being substantially better in this format than they would be in most. There's not really so much of a thing as too much removal in Limited if it's good on conditional removal. Like, if you have a removal spell, like Return to Nature or Revoke Existence that only hits enchantments or artifacts, or you have a removal spell like, let's say, the Red Omen that only hits small creatures, those kind of removal spells have pretty heavy diminishing returns. But if you're talking about, let's say, 4 mana destroy target creature, you can play 10 of that card in your deck. I mean, you need to have some 2 and 3 mana cards, but it's not a problem to have too much removal. There's very, very slight diminishing returns, but I would never cut good on conditional efficient removal from my deck. All right, so now we got to make our first choice of the actual draft. We're 3 picks in, but these 3 picks pretty much made themselves. This pick does not make itself. Annex is really good, but it's double red. Acolyte of Affliction is quite good, and would go well with what we have, but it's going into green. One with Stars is quite good removal, and that would be going into blue. Mogi's Favor would let us stay on color, and it's a much better card than it looks, but it's not great. It's definitely substantially worse than the 3 uncommons. So this is the first hard pick of this draft. This is definitely the first pick of this draft where you could choose like a couple different cards and you wouldn't be making a mistake. Like on some level you would, but one of them is worth 0.5% less than the other. It's a difficult pick. These first 3 picks pretty much made themselves. It would be really weird to have took anything over Eat, and then pretty weird to take anything over Final Death after Eat, and then pretty weird to take anything over Elspeth's Third. But I could definitely support like any of these cards as a pick now. Green-black is probably the best archetype. That does kind of make me want to go Acolyte. I don't love that we haven't seen much red yet. I agree that Annex is probably the best of these 4 cards that we're talking about. But it is double red. It is a red devotion card. And we haven't seen much red yet. Though a 4th pick Annex means we might be seeing red. And again, One with Stars is just great removal. This is just very good aura-based removal. I do agree green does seem a bit open. Loathsome Chimera being in the pack as well. And we've seen a few green cards. Yeah, I like the Chimera. I mean, I wouldn't take it over Acolyte. We're 100% committed to black. So this is a green card and this is a green card. They're about equal in their likelihood of making our deck because we're going to play black. So I don't view Acolyte as a gold card anymore. It's more like a green card. So I would never take Loathsome Chimera over Acolyte of Affliction. This is a Gravedigger that puts 2 cards in your yard, which, as we talked about a few picks ago, is an almost draw card in this format. But I do like Loathsome Chimera. It's a good card, substantially better than it looks. Format pacifism is actually pretty good in this format. There's a lot of aura-based synergies. Like, you can search out this card, you can recur this card, you can draw cards if the permanent leaves play. There's a lot of positives to do with aura-based removal in this format. Also, it's splashable. Drafting the easy way tonight, Ixo. Hopefully all 3 drafts. It is a good thing when a draft drafts itself. It's not a bad thing. It might be less interesting, but your deck will be better on average. Drafting the hard way is more about, you know, knowing how to navigate the picks when you need to. But if they want to hit you over the head with a color, if they want to give you, hey, draft these 2 colors and make it easy on you, don't complain. I don't really see One with the Stars as an expensive pacifism. Again, there's a lot of synergies with aura-based removal in this format to buy them back, to draw cards, to search for them. I'm not saying this card is, like, busted or something, but I think this is good quality removal in this format. I do agree with the analysis that it's probably 3rd of the uncommons in power level, but that's not to say it's not an actively good card that I don't mind using an early pick on. Acolyte is splashable, yeah. Annex, of course, is not, and would require a heavy red commitment. So I think Acolyte does make the most sense, given green-black is a great archetype, given it is splashable, and it's single green. But definitely don't sleep on either of these cards. I'm glad we talked about One with the Stars a bunch, because I think this card is substantially better than several people in the chat are making it sound like. This draft went Eat, Die, Sleep, in that order. Okay, let's see. So Dawn Evangel can be good, but you don't normally play a lot of 2-drops in this format. Omen is pretty good and grindy. Usually, how many times have you done it, DJ Kittner? I mean, I'm sure that the order I'm going to go in is more like that, but I've yet to experience die. Soon enough. For now, Skola Grove Dancer mills yourself. That's powerful in this format. Stampede Rider is a pretty good card. It grows on both players' turns, so it's basically a 3-mana 3/4 trample. Red Omen, definitely the best card in this pack, and since we just saw Annex, maybe we are seeing red. Well, that sounds really serious, Belf. I'm glad that you're still with us. Omen of the Dead, also grindy and pretty good. And black is, of course, the color we're committed to. So again, this is not an easy pick. We could take Grove Dancer to go with Acolyte and black-green Self-Mill, which is a great archetype. We could take the best card in this pack, Omen. We did see Annex last pick, so it's likely we're seeing red. Or we could take Dawn Evangel, which is a good card. Probably not a reason to do it, because we don't have any 2-drops anyway. It's really hard to predict what colors are open with the bots. But I do think they're programmed to draft colors. Like, they don't just take the best card out of every pack. If a bot is drafting blue-black, then it's going to keep drafting blue-black, I assume. So I think Omen is the better of the red cards, so of course we can rule out Stampede Rider. But a pick between Omen of the Dead, Omen of the Forge, Skola Grove Dancer here isn't super straightforward. Acolyte is quite a good card. Like, this is a first pickable uncommon for black-green. But Skola Grove Dancer will be no big loss. Like, if we take Omen of the Forge, this would be more of a pick of what people think when they think about drafting the hard way. People who put their blinders on just take Grove Dancer. But in reality, you can take Omen, go back to drafting black-green, and all you miss out on is a Grove Dancer. But if you happen to see more good red cards, then you don't miss out on an Omen of the Forge. So I think that does make the most sense. I think Omen of the Forge is enough better than Omen of the Dead and Grove Dancer that it's the right pick right now. We're still hoping to see black-green more than black-red with what we have, but we don't get to choose that. The draft chooses that. So, you could, because we're for sure black, you do want to prioritize black cards, but Omen does have diminishing returns, and you get plenty of playables generally in this format, and in almost all modern formats. So unless we're concerned with drafting 55 card decks or whatever, which, again, if it happens naturally, I think it could be correct, but it's not like my strategy to draft 50 cards just because I'm playing black-green. If I have bombs, if I have ways to close that are good that I actually want to include in my deck, I'm not worried about playing more than 40. We did at that time because we had so many Mogi's Favors, a lot of Self-Mill and Escape, 3 Binding of the Titans, and virtually no bombs. I think the vast majority of your black-green decks should be exactly 40 cards. I just don't think it's unthinkable to go above 40 when the conditions are right in this format. Physician's okay. I agree it's a little better than it looks. Here, I think this is a Lampad. Lampad's great in black-red Sacrifice. It's a really cheap, really efficient sack outlet. You might want Port and Over it if you already had sack outlets and you were definitely black-red, but we don't. We have 1 red card, 1 green card. The green card is better than the red card, and we have 0 sack outlets yet. So I think here we just take the Lampad. I think it's a pretty clear pick. There's not really anything that close to it. Thirst is better, but we haven't looked at blue at all. I don't think there's that much of a reason to be going blue now for Thirst, which is a fine blue common, nothing special. Black-red and black-green are 2 of the best archetypes. And we got a 4th pick Acolyte and a 5th pick Omen. That's pretty late. Definitely Mogi's favor of the 3 black cards, no question there. And the red cards are pretty unexciting. So yeah, this is a good opportunity to pick up our first Mogi's favor. I agree. Good job, chat. Now I think we can grab a Final Flare. If we do go that black-red sack archetype, it's a pretty good card. We also have a Mogi's Favor, a nice enchantment to sack to it, an Omen of the Forge, a nice enchantment to sack to it. So the first copy of Final Flare looks like pretty good removal in our deck. Nexus Warden's not a card I like a lot. This isn't really a format about stopping aggression. So, I mean, Nexus Warden's fine, but it's not a card I like very much. This is a format more about winning the grind, winning the late game. It's not really about stopping aggro that often. Second Final Flare, a lot less exciting than the first, but our red-black deck is not going to be on the aggressive side. As you can see, we have a bunch of removal. It's grindy as can be. I'm going to grab a second Final Flare over a Temple Thief. Now we'll grab a Libation. This is best of 3, so we might sideboard it in, even if we don't main it. We have 0 creatures that would trigger Stampede Rider. Stampede Rider is way more of a red-green card than a black-red card. So I'm going to grab Temple Thief now. Thank you, Jurgosh. Appreciate that subscription. Now we can grab another Mogi's Favor. Thanks again to everybody who chooses to support my stream. I know we all have limited resources, and there's tons of great streams. So like I said, it really does mean the world to me. Okay, well, this gets interesting. So, curveball indeed. And there is a good red card. Dreamstalker Manicore would be quite good in our deck. Look at how many instants we have. We have Omen of the Forge, which does 3 damage with Dreamstalker Manicore in play. We have 2 Final Flares. We have Eat to Extinction. We have Final Death. And we've only drafted 1 pack. So there's a good black-red card for us. And there's one of the best cards in the set in Kiora. One of the few cards that is on my ban from limited list. And is just completely and totally broken and near impossible to interact with. It's definitely not too late to pivot to blue-black. I'm just not sure if we want to. We even tabled that Portent with our Lampad. We've got the 2 Final Flares. Our red-black is quite good. But, of course, Kiora is a lot better than Dreamstalker Manicore. But Dreamstalker Manicore, like I said, is excellent in a red-black grindy deck with 5 instants after pack 1, including some damage-based removal. So I'm not really sure what to do here. This is not an easy pick. It's not just Slam Kiora. Look how many red cards we have. We have 4 red cards that we're happy to play in our main. And Lampad of Death's Vigil is a lot better in red-black than in red-blue. I mean, than in black-blue. And Dreamstalker is a very good red card for us here. We have 5 instants, including damage-based removal, for our grindy red-black deck. It's not amazing, Professor Dumbledore, but it combos really well with Omen, because that's 3 damage, so you can kill a 3/3 for 2 mana instead of 2. And it's just a strong ability overall. You can ping the opponent if you're ahead, just get in free damage. You can also just kill off 1 and 2 toughness creatures. Well, just 1, because you can't ping twice in 1 turn with it. But there's plenty of 1 toughness. Plus you have stuff like Mogi's Favor, which we already have 2 of. So you drop Mogi's Favor on their 2 toughness creature, play that with this out, it's only 1 mana. Then you just play an instant and ping it off. The Mogi's Favor goes back to your graveyard. Then you can recur it and kill another 2 toughness creature. Blue wasn't super open, but I agree it wasn't super cut off either. No, Artem. That would barely even enter my thought process. You're only 3/7 to even play the person who ends up with Kiora in a pod draft. So under 50% of the time will you even get paired against that person. I worry very little about hate drafting. I think that I'm happy if other people are hate drafting because they're hurting themselves, in my opinion. I focus on my deck in booster drafts. That's been my unless it's a team draft. Team draft, I would have to go into a detailed explanation, but it's like 0-sum every pick because every match, the card that you pass is in play against your team, and you and your teammates winning have equal value. But in traditional 8-person drafts, where you have 7 opponents, you play against like 3 of them, I couldn't care less about passing bombs. That's not even something that enters my mind. Yeah, it's possible to go Grixis. It's not impossible to end up Grixis, but it's also not impossible to just drop this red. I agree that blue looks somewhat open, that we should have some access to blue cards in pack 3. We did pass a late Thirst and a few other playable blue cards. Alright, I wouldn't take many blue cards over Dreamstalker Manicore, but I guess for Kiora I gotta do it. So we'll take Kiora so that y'all don't all shut off my stream. And I'm just kidding, it is the pick I'd make in the Pro Tour. I would take Kiora here. I'm not switching yet, we don't know which colors we're gonna play. But we can still go black-blue or black-red. Let's assume green is off the table. Looks like we don't have to decide this pick, because of course we're going to take Mire's Grasp. Myers Grasp here is the best card in the pack, and black is the color we're committed to. We're still pretty 50-50, I would say. Like, I don't know if we're going to go black-red or black-blue. It depends on what we see. Although I am happy that the best card in this pack is One with the Stars. We can now get another nice blue card to go with Kiora. Careless Celebrant is a pretty good red card for red-black sack, so I would love to have gotten it. But since we did take the Kiora, and now there's also One with the Stars, go ahead and go down that path for a totally broken rare. Easy Elspeth's Nightmare here over Entrancing Lyre. Entrancing Lyre is at its best if you're aggressive. Even though this doesn't look like an aggro card because it costs a lot of mana, it's an excellent finisher for aggro decks. The fact that you can effectively stop 2 different creatures every turn from blocking makes this card near unbeatable out of aggro decks. Out of control decks, this is just kind of expensive creature kill. I'm not saying you don't play it, but it's unexciting. So we're going to go ahead and grab the Nightmare. We'll get those counter spells out of the opponent's hand, and then we'll resolve Kiora for the win. It does look like our red-black deck might have ended up better than a black-blue is, because these Careless Celebrants are quite good for red-black sack. You sack them for a profit, and then deal 2 and kill something. That said, we now picked up One with the Stars. We already had a Memory Drain. We do have black-blue. I'm not one to force broken cards, but Kiora is possibly #1. I mean, it is incredible. I personally rate Ashiok #1, but hey, we're black-blue. Maybe we'll open that in pack 3. For now, if we have double Elspeth's Nightmare, Kiora, a bunch of good removal, we're going to look at a black-blue control. We're not going to be looking to attack, which means Underworld Charger is not something we're interested in. So let's grab Eidolon of Philosophy here for a black-blue grindy control deck. Okay, I'm going to grab a Lampad over nothing. Now we can grab Itchy Fish. This is, again, good enchantment aura-based removal in this format, especially if you're a control deck. You don't care about giving them blockers before you beat them with Kiora. I think here, again, we're going to draft a really controlling deck. We've got Counter Scry 2. We have the Ultimate Closer. We have a bunch of good removal. So I'm down for the Riptide Turtle. I've talked about this turtle before. If you're ever going to be on the offensive, then this card is bad. So that means you don't want to play this deck unless you're in your most controlling decks, not in the main. Because even if you see yourself as a late game oriented deck, what if your opponent is a late game oriented deck also? Then this can be almost a mulligan as they go over the top of you in the late game. Now in this case, with double Elspeth's Nightmare and Kiora, nobody's going over the top of Kiora. It's the most powerful card in the set. So I'm down to play the turtle since I have Kiora. Naiad over nothing. Rage Scarred Berserker is an aggro card, and not even a very good one. Maybe we'll use Lionfish, maybe we won't. Even if you're going to trigger, like, one thing, I wouldn't really want the 05 Turtle for the blue-red archetype. Now, if you have Kiora Best of Sea God in your blue-red and you have a bunch of card drawing, then sure. Alright, well, that pack, I think our deck would have been roughly as good, if not better, had we taken the Mana Core, because we saw a bunch of good red cards. But it looks like we got rewarded, because Nadir Kraken is totally and completely broken in blue-black control. This is like a really powerful 3-drop that can also win you the game. It's also a Windmill Slam first pick if you're blue. I mean, just look at this card. Even if you don't play any card drawing, you just pay 1 a turn and you get a 3-4 and a 1-1, then it's a 4-4 and a 1-1, then it's a 5-6 and a 1-1. That's a broken card even without help. So this is a very easy Nadir Kraken here. Nothing super exciting here, though. There wouldn't have been for red either. I don't consider Oriad or Irreverent Revelers, the tongue twister that I still believe WotC made just to troll me, to be particularly good. So you pretty much are looking at Hierophant or Funeral Rites. We've got a couple Mogi's Favors. Let's look at our curve. We've got a decent amount of 4-drops. Also plenty of 3s. Our curve is just all around fine, pretty solid. As far as recursion, we don't have much, right? We don't, but both of these are cards that want you to have recursion, Funeral Rites and Hierophant. I think Hierophant is better than Funeral Rites in this deck. It's a good blocker, it mills an extra card, and I don't think we badly need the card drawing. Although, to be fair, Card drawing helps us cast Kiora more often, Mill 3 doesn't. So that's a reason to push us in the direction of Funeral Rites. Funeral Rites means we draw 2 extra cards. Hierophant just puts cards in our graveyard better. We want to draw extra cards so we can cast Kiora more often, and so we can hit land drops up to 7 more often. So, because of Kiora, we might want to go Funeral Rites. I think the rest of our deck wants Hierophant more than it wants Funeral Rites, but Kiora might be enough of a reason to take Funeral Rites here. Funeral Rites also works with Nadir Kraken, right? So I think Funeral Rites actually is the right pick. It's by a small amount. So you can play any number of Elspeth's Nightmares, but of course, as I talked about, this is the kind of removal spell like Red Omen that does have diminishing returns. How many 2 toughness creatures are they going to, 2 power creatures are they going to have out? Now, I would definitely play 3 copies of Elspeth's Nightmare. I would never cut one. But there's Final Death, a card that I only consider Elspeth's Nightmare to be a small amount better than anyway. So let's look at our curve and see if we have too many expensive cards. 1, 7, 1, 5, that's it. We have no 6s, and we only have 1 5 casting cost card in our whole deck. Okay, our curve is nice and low. I'm not worried about drafting a second 5 here in pack 3. So yeah, I think given we already have 2 Nightmares, and given our curve is so low, we want to grab Final Death over Elspeth's Nightmare number 3 here. Now we can get Alarios here. This card is not broken, but it is quite good. Don't look at this like a 3-mana 3-2. Creatures trade in Limited. If you trade that 3-2 off for their 2-2, now you untap with a 2-3 that you spend no mana on. This card is excellent. Not broken, not Windmill Slam, but a nice, like, let's call it A-, B+, good creature that, you know, you can you can sack the 3-2 for profit or trade it off and then get a second reasonable creature. So that's a nice pickup for us. So now I'm going to grab Omen of the Sea. This card sees a lot of cards towards making land drops up to 7 and finding Kiora. Hierophant is a card I would never cut from our deck, but it doesn't do a lot for us. We have a couple Mogi's Favors. We're not a recursive deck. So this is a pretty clear Omen to help us find and cast Kiora more often. So now we have what I feel like could be a pretty close pick. We have the Itchy Fish removal, and we have Omen of the Dead. It would be our first Omen of the Dead. So let's take a look at our creatures, if they go to the yard, if we want to recur them. This is a good one to recur. This is a good one to recur. Funeral Rites mills a couple cards. Yeah, we don't do a lot of milling. We have a few nice targets to recur. No, I'm not going to splash Eutropia. That's completely unnecessary because this isn't an aggro deck, and this deck will have no trouble closing with Kiora. And we have no mana fixing, so I would not consider that. I agree we're pretty low on creatures. That's not a problem for a control deck, but it does make stuff like Omen worse. I agree, that's a good point. Like, I'm not worried about my creature count. I'm not planning to close by, you know, aggression. I'll close with Kraken. I'll close with Kiora. But I agree that makes Omen a little bit worse. So let's check out how much removal we have. I know we have some, but do we have a ton? We have Mire's Grasp. We have an Itchy Fish already. 2 Nightmares. But those kill small creatures. This wants to kill big creatures. We have 2 Final Deaths and an Eat with Extinction. We do have a ton of removal, too. So we don't really need either of these at all, but I think the Itchy Fish is probably better. I don't think we can play Starlight Mantle with this low of a creature count. Auras. So I've talked about when you have decks like this, how you don't really care about your creature count. People always go, oh, but you only have 8 creatures, how will you close? I'll close by killing their stuff, countering things, and winning with the cards I do have. But what does matter when you have a low creature count is cards that directly feed off your creatures. You cannot play pump spells and auras that enhance your creatures, not auras that kill opposing creatures, if you have 8 creatures or 10 creatures. So even though Starlight Mantle could save Kraken, given how few creatures we have and how few we have worth Starlight Mantling, we can't really put a card like that in our deck. We do have a ton of instants, so I think Vexing Goal is fine in this deck. Not that a 2-2 flyer is in any way exciting, and it certainly could get cut if we end up with more playables. But if we leave our mana up and they do something good, we where's our 5-drops? We Final Death it or Edict. If they play a spell, we Memory Drain it. If they do nothing, then we deploy our 2/2 flyer. Similarly, Threnod's Singer is a really defensive card. It can allow you to eat a small creature, and it's a decent blocker, all for 2 mana. We have a really defensive late-game oriented deck, so I'm happy to pick that up. I'm also happy to pick up Deny the Divine, another counter for our control deck, and we don't have a ton of that. Similarly, a second Memory Drain with Scry 2. That plays really well with expensive, powerful instants like Final Death. Leave our mana up. If they play something good, counter Scry 2. If they don't, Final Death what's already in play. So we have a really nice blue-black control deck going here. Alright, now I don't know if we want a third Memory Drain or we want an Omen. So let's take a look at what our creature count is actually going to be. 1, 2... Maybe we will play this, maybe we won't. 3, maybe we'll play like 1 or 2 of these. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we're on about 8 or 9 creatures. So we don't actually have a ton, but as somebody just said, good point, Geo Chirp, we do have the Naiad, which makes Memory Drain cost 3, and our curve is not very expensive. Look at our 4-drop slot. We have Eat, 1 with Stars, and 2 Memory Drain. That's it. I don't think this is an Omen of the Dead deck. I do think it's a Memory Drain deck. I'm going to go with the 3rd Memory Drain. We might end up cutting one of them. Maybe we'll play 2, maybe we'll play 3. These cards don't matter. Okay, so 17 lands looks about right. We want to make land drops forever, but we've got these Scry 2s. We've got the Omen. So I doubt we're playing 16. I doubt we're playing 18 in this deck. So let's see. We need to cut about 5 cards. That's a lot. We actually don't fill our graveyard much. We have 1 Funeral Rites, no Hierophants, and we have a lot of removal. So I think we should cut 1 Mogi's Favor. I'll probably play 1 of it, but I don't think we're going to play 2 of it in this deck. Let's see if we have any obvious weak cards. The Lionfish, we have plenty of instants. But do we really want to tap things? We're not an aggro deck. I think we'd rather just kill things and counter things. And we have plenty of better 2-drops. So I don't think the Stinging Lionfish is good in our deck. So let's cut that. We also aren't a red-black sack deck. We don't have a lot of creatures to sack in the first place. We have enough other 2-mana cards. I think we can play 1 Lampad, but I don't think we're going to want to play 2. It's kind of an underpowered card in our deck. Now let's go to the 3 and 4s. Vexing Goal looks like our worst 3, but it plays well with all of our instants. Our 4's Memory Drain is worse than 1 with the Stars and Eat, and we have 3 of them. We have to cut 2 more cards, so I think it pretty much is going to have to be a Memory Drain and a Vexing Goal. The rest of our cards are just much better. I can't imagine what else we would cut. So this drops us right to 40, 17 lands. We've got the Eidolon to draw cards and come out early. We've got the 1 Mogi's Favor, a decent amount of 2-drops for a control deck, and then 3 and 4 where we really live, our good removal, and our closer. This looks right to me. I think the Eidolon's pretty good in this deck. I mean, a 1-2 isn't great, but a lot of games we're going to kill everything, and the games are going to go long. We have double Itchy Fish, double Final Death, double Elspeth's Nightmare, 1 with the Stars, Eat to Extinction. I mean, we have a lot. Mire's Grasp. We have a lot of removal and counters and Scry. So I think the Eidolon will play up pretty well in this deck. 9-8. It's still a 2-color deck, even if we have some double blue on 4. The only time I'll usually go to 10-7 in a deck that's split 2 colors is if you have cards that are cheap in double color, not cards that are expensive in double color. Thank you, P1 Casser. Appreciate that subscription. I think the Eidolon will play out well in this deck. I mean, if we don't draw it, then we won't find out, but I think you'll see if we do. This is a deck with a lot of removal that's not ending games quickly at all. Card draw is especially good for us because we have the most powerful card in the whole set. And we aren't particularly good at closing. Like, we'll successfully close with Kiora and with Kraken, but we're going to be drawing out long games here. We're not going to be closing quick. For now, we're not super looking for anything. There's no reason to start taking damage, so I'm going to flash in the 0-5 this turn. And I'm glad we did. Now we can tap out for Funeral Rites. Oh yeah, I've played 16 in my aggro decks in this format plenty, but not in this deck. Not with Kiora, not with a deck that's looking to play Draga. I do agree with that point, though, Ratfreck. And like I said, I never even thought about going to 18, because with stuff like Omen of the Sea and Funeral Rites and the Scry 2 counters, you can make your land drops. So, I mean, this deck is going to be 17, but I agree with you that you play 16 in your aggro decks quite a bit. Yeah, I would have liked Thassa's Oracle for this deck. Okay, so whether or not you cast Omen in response to this discard spell comes down to whether or not you think they would take the Omen. Personally, I've got powerful cards in my hand. I'm not worried about them taking the Omen, so I'm not going to respond. But that's how you make that decision. I'm sure some of you out there are wondering whether you respond by flashing in the Omen or not. That's how you make that choice. It's whether or not you think they would take it. Personally, I think they're probably going to take one of the good removal spells and not the Omen, so there's no reason to do it in response. Thank you, Razmaniacal, for subscribing. No thank you to Gyroville for not giving me a napkin, so now my face is going to be covered in tzatziki sauce. I'll be right back. Okay, let's see. So we want to get the Kraken out and going. That's not a card you ever sandbag. I would love a Red Bull sponsorship. I drink Red Bull a ton. I think they're by far the tastiest energy drink. If anybody from Red Bull will get at me, you don't have to pay me a lot. I love your product, by all means. Yeah, Sunrise Pete is considerably further. Gyroville's in the fountains right by me. Dangle. But I do agree Sunrise Pete is amazing. Okay, so Kraken's not the kind of card you sandbag. It's the kind of card you put out right away and hope it lives. This card, it takes time to take over a game, but it can completely take over a game. But you can't just bait their removal and then play this at the end and expect to win with it. So with a card like Nadir Kraken, don't sandbag it. You just run it turn 3. If it lives, then you can win the game easy. If it dies, it dies. It's not the kind of card you sandbag. Here, I don't think we have much going on. Do we want to kill Heroes of the Revel here? It's not even doing anything, right? If it attacks, I can block it with the 0-5. If they have a trick and kill the 0-5, who cares? The only thing is, I have 3 different removal spells in my hand, and nothing really to spend mana on right now, except potentially a Scry 2. So I think it does... Thanks, Sneakyful. I try, you know? Hey, listen, I love streaming. I hope to be streaming drafts 10 years from now. Y'all are supporting me incredibly well, but it's not that lucrative. So, you know, any sponsors from products that I actively like and use and I'm happy to endorse are great and help me to be able to do this for the long haul. So for now, I think we do want to play one of these removal spells. We have several and plenty more in our deck. So I'm going to go ahead and one with the stars away this hero. Can't attack yet with Kraken. I'm not going to spend a removal on a Nexus Warden when I'm a control deck. We'll just wait 1 turn. And then next turn, this Kraken will grow to have 4 power, and then it can attack unless they add something big to the board. I'm sorry to hear that, Belf. Thanks for subscribing, Knowledge Sinkhole. Look, I'm not saying Red Bull's some kind of health product, but also when people paint it as some kind of toxic substance, read the ingredients. I mean, it's some vitamins and some caffeine and blah, blah, blah. And I'm not saying caffeine's good for you. I'm not saying Red Bull's good for you. I'm sure it's not. But it's just as good as any other way, basically, to get your caffeine intake. Aside from coffee has, like, antioxidants and things that aren't found in any energy drink, basically. Like, natural antioxidants. Okay, so here we're going to grow our Nadir, because we drew a card. What do they have going? They have this Ox for next turn. We're going to want to kill that. Itchy Fish could do a good job. And this is part of why One with the Stars is so good. You see how this card's off to the side? They can't trade it off. Doesn't go to the graveyard to be recurred. It's good. In the escape format, removal like One with the Stars is substantially better than it looks like. Oh yeah, it has a decent amount of sugar as well, of course. You have to watch your total calorie intake. No arguments there. So for now, we're going to attack with the Kraken. I'm not worried they have a pump spell. They probably don't. As far as using our removal, though, I think we want to use this Mire's Grasp or this Itchy Fish on the Ox. I see no reason to kill these two little creatures in play. A red-green deck is pretty unlikely to make us discard, and we do have Kiora in the deck, so I'm going to go ahead and play lands, and then we'll see what the opponent's up to. Yeah, I mean, that's a good way to say it, Anita Life. Under no circumstances am I saying Red Bull is healthy. I'm saying it's not a poison. It's a canned drink that you get 100 calories in a small can, which is about the same amount of soda. It's got the same amount of caffeine as like a cup of cold brew or whatever. It doesn't have secret toxic ingredients, nor is it good for you by any stretch. Okay, so they conceded. We do not have, we didn't see anything that really makes me want to change anything. They have like some decent threats. I mean, that Furious Rise is pretty scary for us because we're a control deck. But we can kill their 4-power creatures and keep it off that way pretty well. I could bring in Libation to answer it. But I think I can just answer all their 4-power creatures. Final Death kills any size creature. Counters can hit the creatures. Eat can hit any size creature. Itchy Fish can hit any size creature. Even if we don't kill it, if they play a 4-5 and we turn it into a 1-2, that shuts off Furious Rise. So where Furious Rise is really scary for us, I think we have enough hard removal that can take care of the 4-power creatures themselves. So I don't think we really have to worry about it. Does it? I don't think it does, Lucky Kaizarji. I might be wrong, but I don't think an enchantment has power and toughness. I definitely could be wrong. I mean, I don't know if we've ever seen a card like One with the Stars before, but I don't believe an enchantment has actually power and toughness. This deck's a little slow, but really powerful. So I would play first against aggro decks and draw first against other slow decks. Again, I'm not 100% on this, Teebs. We'll find out if it comes up. I'm really not sure. Okay, so they're making me sack a creature, so flashing in the Omen won't change anything. But we should bring in the Omen, of course. One swamp on the bottom, one on the top looks right. It would be pretty greedy to get rid of both swamps when we don't have one yet. But we certainly aren't worried about our second black mana at this point. Oh yeah, that might be the real answer, Silverson. It may not turn it on because it may say a creature with 4 power and it's no longer a creature. So it may technically have power, but it still may not turn it on, which is really what we're talking about. But we'll see when it comes up, if it comes up. Again, I don't know the answer to that complicated rules interaction that I've really never seen before. Okay, we want to draw both of these. So if we were to Funeral Rites next turn, we would lose the Final Death. So the order here doesn't really matter because we want to draw both of these. The key is to know that we're not going to Funeral Rites. We're just going to leave up Memory Drain this turn. We can't cast Funeral Rites or we would mill the Final Death. If we had drawn the Final Death, then we can't cast Funeral Rites because it's on top of our library and not in our hand. Oh, it is draw then mill. You're right. I apologize. So I could have cast it if I wanted to. Still probably correct to just leave up our counterspell in case they do something better. But you are right. It is draw then mill. My apologies. Okay, I'll counter just about anything, but not that. That card does literally nothing right now. It's not really pressure. It dies to Elspeth's Nightmare. So if we hadn't drawn a land this turn, I would probably Elspeth's Nightmare the Nexus Warden. But since we have, we can just wait until we have 7 mana, because we never have to drop shields here. Because next turn, we can always play Funeral Rites if we don't draw a land, and then we have 2 more cards to find a land to not drop shields. So since we're only under 1 point of pressure here, we're not really, that's just not pressure. 1 point a turn from 20 is not forcing us to do anything. We could cast Naiad, and then we have Memory Drain up, but we don't really want to play a creature before we play Elspeth's Nightmare. They're likely holding some removal. We want to use Elspeth's Nightmare to get it out of their hand. So if we play Naiad, we give them a target for their removal, and then Elspeth's Nightmare might just fizzle. So what I think we want to do now is Funeral Rites. If we find a land in 2 cards, which we're pretty likely to do, we could just pass the turn and leave Memory Drain up. If we don't find a land in 2 cards, well, we can pass the turn and not leave Memory Drain up. There's only a few cards that would be super scary, given Final Death can take care of just about anything. Okay, so now we have a choice. Do we want to turtle end a turn? I think we don't. Like I said, I don't want to give them a target for removal when they haven't had one the whole game. So I'm going to go ahead and play Elspeth's Nightmare, kill the small creature, take a hit for 3. I'm not worried about them dealing me a few points of damage. I've got a counterspell, tons of good removal and blockers. Then we'll get to see their hand, take the removal spell that they're probably holding, and then we can play our creatures after that. I didn't put the turtle out last turn for the same reasons I was talking about. I don't want to give them a target for their removal. I want Elspeth's Nightmare to attack their hand first. So now let's look at their hand. So their only removal was a Final Flare, not a great one. They'd have to sack a creature. But nonetheless, when we try to Elspeth's Nightmare, they might have been able to sack in response. Plus, I'm not actually Psychic. We're just playing Strategic Magic where we don't want to give them a target for their spells before we Elspeth's Nightmare them. Now that we know their hand, put out this Naiad, and we still have mana up to drop Turtle and leave Memory Drain available. Here, I would rather keep the Naiad out. I have a lot of expensive instants I'm going to play on their turn. So if they had attacked, I would have put the Turtle in front of it. Also, even though that 3-2 is not scary at all, knowing that we have Final Death and Memory Drain and everything we have going, I think I'm happy enough to Eat to Extinction it here, end of their turn. I normally wouldn't use such a good removal spell on such a weak creature, but I'm holding another unconditional removal, a counter Scry 2, and my deck has about 7 unconditional removal spells in it. So I think it makes sense in this case. Thanks, Zach Sherman. I do offer coaching. I'm not cheap. I charge $100 an hour for personal one-on-one coaching. But if anybody's interested, you can always reach out to me. Okay, so Pharika's Spawn, it does come back if we counter it potentially. But they also have no cards in their yard because Elspeth's Nightmare just exiled it all. So I think here we're choosing between Final Death and Memory Drain. I think Memory Drain makes more sense. We're looking to dig up card drawing. We're looking to dig up Kiora Best the Sea God, Kiora Saga. And if we do, the game's pretty much over. If this land would give us exactly enough to play Kiora, Best of Sea God, and leave Memory Drain up, I would put the land on top. But I think we're still one short of that, even with the Naiad. And they're not going to be able to win after we get the 8/8 hexproof anyway. So this should pretty much be game. We don't want to attack here, because after this, we're going to tap down all their creatures and then be able to steal their best card. So there's no reason to offer trades at this point. I mean, it's pretty academic. They're probably just going to concede because this is Kiora, Best of Sea God. But nonetheless, we do want to, close the game with it. It steals a permanent. We don't want to trade with their only permanent that's about to get tapped down, and then we can steal. I'm expecting the head explosion any second, though. Five, 8, and this card costs 3, so it's 10. So we were only one short if we took the land, Ixa. We need 10 mana, because this costs 3 with Naiad out, and Kiora 7. We have 8, and that island made 9. So we're 2 short in play, 1 short counting that land. Oh, you're saying they could return it on my turn. That's fair. I was talking about being able to leave the counter up on their turn, but you're right. If they killed it on my turn, I wouldn't be able to counter it. I don't know, Mato Kawhi. Hopefully not. Winning is sweet. Yeah, Kiora is awful. I agree, Golgari Glenn. Kiora, definitely on the ban from limited list. It's just a silly card. It's the most powerful card in the set, but it's 7 mana, which is a lot more than 5. So I would take, if I opened a pack magically that had Ashiok and Kiora, pick one, pack one, I would take Ashiok because it's so much cheaper and it's single blue, single black, so you can splash it pretty easily into any green deck. But I do think, even accounting for the casting cost, Kiora does the most for its mana cost. I don't know. Kiora is just incredibly gross. I would also ban Trawler as well. Those 3 are the definite, no debate, insta bans. There's 3 cards, in my opinion, that are hard to interact with, incredibly powerful, and not even that hard to cast, assuming you're on color. And that's Dream Trawler, Kiora Saga, and Ashiok. Those are the top 3 in the format, in my opinion. After that, there's a few others that are pretty good, but those 3 are 1, 2, and 3. What's Power Fog? Okay, that's a 2-power creature. We're definitely not going to counter that. That's a perfect target for Elspeth's Nightmare. If they had played a 3-power creature here, I'd probably have countered it. So that's a second one. We can kill either one, but not both. But if we kill the Soul Reaper first, the following turn we can just kill Alcide. They don't have a mana up here to protect anything. So this just looks great for us. Now we can start the Nightmare. And the opponent has a Lone Plains in their hand. We're almost certainly going to Elspeth's Nightmare away this Alcide, but we're in no rush to do it. We could be mana efficient and use Eat to Extinction here on the Chimera. Or we could Mire's Grasp it, which is a weaker removal spell. If I wasn't holding Final Death, I would probably Mire's Grasp it, be less mana efficient, and save the better quality removal. But I think our hand is really expensive, and we only have exactly 4 lands. So I think I would rather just Eat to Extinction here and hold on to the Mire's Grasp. Because Final Death is basically the same card. And I'm going to put that on top because I want to draw lands. Now we can get the second Nightmare going. Take out that Alcide. I'm not really scared of anything, because if they resolve something good, we still have Final Death, which basically is the same thing as Eat to Extinction without the Surveil 1 for 1 more mana. And that's why holding on to the more mana-efficient one makes sense sometimes. Now we can Mire's Grasp. And we still have our counter mana up. Life is good. This game is over. Sure, we'll counter that. We still have Memory Drain, which counters any spell. Plus, we're about to exile their Yard, so that's kind of nice. I'm not going to play the Naiad here, because we have the Omen, and we're only 1 mana short of playing Naiad and having Memory Drain up. So, we're basically just completely cruising here as a control deck. That's a good target for Final Death, since exiling it is useful. I know they have no Yard, but we can counter any spell anyway. Okay, similarly, no rush to get the 2-3 out. If we draw 1 more land, we can play it and keep Memory Drain up. If, in the meantime, we have Omen. That's a Defender. It can't even attack us. At this point, lands go on the bottom. 0-4 blockers also go on the bottom. We don't need either of those cards. We're just trying to dig up Kraken, or we're trying to dig up Kiora and close the game with our powerful rare closers. So, Eidolon I'll take, though. Even though we need land 7 to sack the Eidolon, I'm still going to bottom the land here. The reason for that, because I'm going to draw land naturally sooner or later anyway, or I'm going to draw all spells, and I'm under no pressure. So I'm not really worried about sacking the Eidolon as soon as possible, but I'm not going to bottom draw 3. I'll just top the Eidolon, and then when I can sack it, I will. I'm chilling. If they play creatures that do something, I can Icky Fish them. If they do nothing... Okay, well now we're looking for the land, because Kiora won the game. For now, though, Physician's not killing anything. Mogi's Favor only kills 1 toughness creatures anyway. I'll go ahead and get rid of that Physician. But I'm still just chilling. Just sitting behind my Memory Drain. If they play anything good, a land lets us play Kiora and end the game. Yeah, we're holding 2 removal spells. I love these opponents just conceding these games. Mad respect to them for not wasting their time or mine. So, we saw plenty of 2-power creatures, but we didn't see any excessive number of 1 toughness creatures. Don't think there's really much of a reason to change much. 55, Prince of Winners. As far as I can remember... Last Thursday, I played a 55-card draft deck, and that was the most I've ever played in Draft or Sealed that I can remember. I'm pretty sure the platform for Worlds is Arena. The format, I believe, is Standard and Theros Draft. I'm not sure how they're going to handle the Theros Draft on Arena. You can sideboard in any number of basic lands in Draft. There is an argument to go to 10-7. I think it's close. But we have a lot of early game black cards. And it takes a lot for me to go from 9-8 to 10-7 in a 2-color deck, usually. Like, unless you have 2 drops that are like blue-blue or white-white or whatever, or maybe 3 drops that are like 1 blue-blue or 1 black-black, 9 means you'll have 1 almost every time. You might just not have a second. Our double blue cards don't start until turn 4, really. But we have cheap black cards. So I want to ensure, I guess TLDR, if you'd rather draw like a blue and a black than 2 blue and 0 black by a lot, like if it's not a splash, if you have 2 main colors, it's pretty rare I'm going to go to 10-7 from 9-8. I'll pretty much only do it, like I said, if I have double color 2 and 3 drops, because then I actually need to draw, like, blue right away, and not just blue. I agree, that's very likely P1 Kasser. I think that's the most likely scenario. I don't think they've announced that. I don't know if that's going to be the case. But I think the most likely scenario is they will draft in person and then just type the decks onto Arena. Okay, let's see. We could Myers Grasp away the 2-3 Daxos, but the 1-3 stopping it anyway. So I think we might as well just use more of our mana and put out the Naiad. Daxos is definitely a good creature, and if they play another white permanent, we may lose the ability to Myers Grasp it away. But we could also Itchy Fish it, and like I said, we have like 7 unconditional removal. It's not really a big concern. And that makes me super happy with the choice. Now we'll take the 1 hit, but then we can kill that, and we'll get rid of Commanding Presence. So I'm pretty happy with how this worked out. As far as do we attack, they'll block the 2-3 with their 0-4 and take 1, then they can hit us back for 1. 1 to both players doesn't benefit my control deck, so I don't see a reason to attack in this position. You're welcome, Jojo. Thank you for the good question, whoever asked. No reason to miss a point, so let's go ahead and sack the Naiad. It's draft 1, I think, of the night, Spiffy. Oh, I guess the enchantment can still attack. What? What is... Oh, I turned it into an 0-1, duh. It loses all abilities, so it doesn't make 1-1s. I thought I played 1 with the stars on it. I'm not awake yet. I'm sorry. Okay, though. It's cool. It doesn't... our 2-3 and 1-3 would have stopped it, and it no longer has any of its powerful abilities from Commanding Presence or Daxos. So, totally reasonable play, but yeah, we weren't actually stopping it. Which means now that they killed our stuff, I think we may have to drop shields and just play stuff. I'm not going to Myers Grasp a 2-3, knowing Singer can stop it. Because if they play a big creature, I may need to Myers Grasp that. Hey, it's only 6 p.m. Take it easy. I'm still nursing my first Red Bull of the day. Do we want a Singer in response? Probably not. Even though it could block the 2-3, we're still at 14, and Singer's probably the weakest of the 3 cards in our hand. I assume they'll probably want to take Memory Drain, but if they want to take Singer to hit me for 2 here, I'm cool with that. Okay, they took Myers Grasp, so I guess they have some good creature they don't want to lose. I don't know. Either way, there's no need to keep taking damage. We're not going to ambush anything of meaning with our combined 2 power out. So I'm going to go ahead and shrink it. Unfortunately, a double block still wouldn't kill it. But now we have a 1-3 that can block their 2-3 indefinitely. And we're 1 mana away from draw 3 with our control deck. Counterspell in hand. Life is good. It's better to reduce their options in the sense that if I had Memory Drain available, since they could take it anyway, I should Memory Drain their discard spell. It's not better to reduce their options by putting out your the weakest of your 3 cards, because maybe I wanted to hold on to Singer for like later use or something like that. I was not worried about them taking it. Does this do anything? +0/+2 and Hexproof. A creature with Death Touch, which I don't have. No, we're not going to counter that. I would counter just about anything here, because I'm taking 2 a turn, and 1 land lets me draw 3 cards. But I'm not countering them giving something Hexproof. That just doesn't matter to me right now. Unfortunately, that means I have to Nightmare Daxos. I would rather Nightmare Soul Reaper, but didn't know I was going to top deck that. Not a big deal. None of this matters a ton at the moment. I mean, I think that's true on a theoretical level, Ernie Mist, but there was no guarantee we were going to play it that turn, right? I know I ended up doing it anyway, but they could have just done other things. I don't think it makes sense to put it out there, but we're splitting hairs. Like, thank you, Linguini Genie. Appreciate that subscription. Like, imagine they pump their creature, like, with an aura or something. Then I want to shrink a different creature in combat. So I think, like, you're bringing up a good point, Ernie Mist. I'm just saying there are reasons why I might not have wanted to play it. Okay, I don't care about this. Knowing this is their last card, I don't need the 1/3, and I don't need to counter anything this turn. So we'll let that happen. Then I can block one of their creatures with Eidolon. If they send the 1/1, I'll eat it and take 4, and then sack the Eidolon end of turn. If they send the 2/2 powers, I'll block one of them and then just sack it to save the 2 points of damage. Linguini Genie is an excellent name. It's not far behind Golgari Glen Ross. And while they don't have mana up to sack creatures to Soul Reaper, we definitely want to kill things. We have 8. We are under pressure. Obviously, it's not an uncomfortable scenario, but we do need to dig up blockers or removal. So I think if we play a land, we can just eat to extinction right now while they only have 2 up and they can't sack things to Soul Reaper. Get rid of Daxos. So we can't target the Hexproofer. So crazy as it is, I might put this in the graveyard. It actually doesn't really help us. And yeah, all we have to do here is not die, I think, and we'll win. So I'm gonna put that in the yard. I'm not gonna Mogi's Favor here because I can counter any spell and get a Scry too. But I'm gonna go ahead and bin Final Death because to end this game effectively, we just have to find blockers for this 2/5, which is not hard. Any creature with 3 toughness or more. Okay, now we'll favor the 1 toughness. Of course, they're going to sack and get a card, but I didn't want to drop shields to prevent them from getting a card last turn. I'd much rather them just get a card, and now I can counter anything they play. So if I counter that, it's nowhere near coming back, so I'm down. And of course, Scry 2 means we should dig up stuff to impact the board. I think here we're going to want both of those. Unlike last time, we know we have an Omen, and they might resolve something now that I had to drop shields. So I think we top the Omen first, but both of those. Yes, we would have played the island. I held the swamp because it didn't turn on any spells. Very astute, Linguini Genie. But if it was an island, then I could have had double memory drain up, so I would have played it. Okay, so now can't do anything. We're going to take 3. They're not recurring that. 1 with the stars doesn't help us thanks to the Hexproof. But 1 isn't 0, so got to chill here. I think we're still a favorite in this game. We're about to go to 1, but we're going to dig up a bunch of cards. We should find something that can block this. Remember, we get the Scry 2 and then sack it for Scry 2 more. Okay, so we're going to bottom both of those because neither of them help us. See what we draw. Well, there's a card. Now let's sack it for Scry 2 more because the top of our deck is random and we don't need an enchantment in play. So Elspeth's Nightmare doesn't seem super useful right now, but I think we want to draw Alarios for more blockers. And 8/8 Hexproofs are pretty hard to remove, so hopefully they won't be able to deal this final point to us. There's not a lot, because even if they have Revoke or something, we still have the 8/8. And if we untap, we play Alarios and have a counter up, the game's over. This gains any permanent, not just creatures. So we can take Shadow Spear, give lifelink to our 8/8, and let me tell you, if we connect once with a 9/9 lifelink hexproof, this game is officially over. I think we're a massive favorite. But of course, at 1 life, they could play things. Like, they could just have the black sorcery deal, target player loses 2 life with escape or something. If they can give their Soul Reaper flying, I don't know if there's a lot of ways to do that in this format, but there might be 1 or 2. Like the wings equipment. Oh yeah, Shadow Spear gives them the ability to remove Hexproof. So we do actually lose to a removal spell. Not that we could do anything about that. But yes, because of Shadow Spear's fancy ability, they could actually have beaten us with a removal spell. So maybe I was wrong. Maybe I should have played Elarios last turn, because then I could have kept Memory Drain up. Playing Kiora actually might have been a mistake. I forgot Shadow Sphere removes Hexproof. So I think I should have just played Elarios here. Then I could have left Memory Drain up, so I wouldn't lose to removal. And then I could have had a blocker. I could chump block. And then I could have played the Kiora Saga the following turn. So I actually think I played bad. Good job, chat. I forgot that Shadow Sphere removes Hexproof, so we would have lost this game if they had, like, Final Death or Apathy or any removal spell for an 8/8 in their hand. Whereas last turn, I could have played Elarios, left up Memory Drain, if they had removal counter it, if not, chump the Soul Reaper with my 3/2, and then I would untap the 2/3, play Kiora, and have 2 creatures, so I wouldn't lose to removal. Oh yeah, Shadow Sphere also gives Trample, so a 3/2 doesn't work. Never mind, what I did is correct. Shadow Sphere is super fancy. It gives Trample, and it removes Hexproof from opposing permanents. Never mind, chat. I was right in the first place, even if I didn't think about any of that. Okay, their creatures are locked down, so there's not really any reason to not attack. I'm not going to play Turtle, but it has Flash. We can always play it in a turn. And like I said, now the game is over. Because if they have some way to kill us, we'll counter it. If not, we're going to steal the Shadow Sphere, give lifelink to our 8/8. Gain control of target permanent. So yeah, there's no need to counter that. Because, again, they can't do anything to stop me from taking Shadow Sphere here. And then we can just attack them with a 9/9 lifelink, right? So there's no need to counter a 3/3 flyer. They can sack the creature, but that doesn't change anything, right? I'm taking Shadow Sphere. I'm not taking Soul Reaper Mogus. They can sack creatures to draw cards, but they can't sack Shadow Sphere. And then let's get our lifelink thing here on our 8/8. Thank you for the spear. Appreciate your help. And I guess I'll hold the 3/2 back. I don't think it matters. Pretty sure now this game is over. It has Trample, so you would still gain the life, even if they sack the blocker. I don't know if we want to counter that or not. It looks like it's not going to do enough to win the game. I mean, they could, like, put everything on my my creature here. What does this do exactly? Whenever a creature with Death Touch blocks it. Well, this doesn't have Death Touch. It has Hexproof, Lifelink, and Trample. I can kill the 1/1 token. Then they'll have exactly 9 to put on it. I'm being pretty conservative if I let that resolve. It's a pretty good card. But I'm not sure if it's worth countering. I mean, are we really not going to be able to close here? Yeah, I'm going to let that resolve. Well, that's a nice draw. Now they no longer have enough power to kill our creature, I think. They have 4, 6, 7. So if I Itchy Fish Chimera, they can sack it, and then they can get it back as a 1/1. That's 8. 8 isn't 9, so that looks pretty good. So I think first and foremost, let's Mogi's favor here on the 1/1 Soul Reaper. I guess I want to remove creatures, because they could do it anyway with their Timurit and then gain life. So let's prevent them from gaining life and remove a couple creatures. Would have preferred if it didn't tap one of my blue mana. I'm not happy about that, but okay. I guess I didn't have enough mana anyway to leave up Memory Drain this turn. Now I'm going to Itchy Fish this Chimera, which is important because I don't want them to be able to kill my 9/9 lifelink hexproof. If I had played a Swamp, I had enough blue mana, but I would have still been one short. Memory Drain costs 4. I can only play one more land. I have 2 up, as you can see. Oh, I could remove Hexproof with Shadow Sphere. That is an ability it has. Very true, very true. Sorry, once the games are over, it's really hard to buckle down and try and play tight. Like, we're attacking with a 9/9 life-linked hexproof trampler. Like, can you imagine them winning this game? Like, what are they going to do exactly? Okay, so if we attack, if they want to kill it, that involves them losing the Shepherd, so that seems fine. Then we can just move the Spear over to the 3/2. Yeah, just shatter this guy, and we have Memory Drain. I know we dropped shields last turn. We kind of had to, but I'm not super duper worried. So if we kill that, that lowers their devotion by 2. So that's going to change Timurit into a 2 toughness creature. So we can kill Nightmare Shepherd and Timurit here with our 9 power creature. We are losing our Kraken. Then we'll go ahead and move the Shadow Sphere over to our next threat. And we can have both counters up, and back to you, opponent. Do I care about that? Not really, but given we have Memory Drain and Deny, I'll probably just deny it. Well, that's true, K4. But if they had made me discard 2, and I would have had to discard great cards instead of a near worthless Swamp, that could have cost us a game. So we're on 11, they're on 12, so we're decking first as is. So the question is, do we want to mill 2 right now to get 2? We do actually have to close the game here. I expect to be able to do it, of course, especially with the Shadow Sphere. We can make their creature lose hexproof and then just kill it. I don't want to risk milling my good removal, though. So I think I'm just going to chill. We might actually need some of the cards left in our library to win the game. So milling them might be a way the opponent could theoretically win. I don't think a 1/2 is changing anything. We can always gain more life with Shadow Sphere. I'm not really worried about that. Just going to chill for now. Take 1 or 2 a turn from 26. And then as soon as we draw removal, we'll get rid of Archon and win the game. Yeah, they exiled Favor with Timurit. I know I made some plays in this game that were a little bit loose. Like I said, this was a game it's really near impossible for me to envision the opponent winning. So I was kind of thinking a little more about my gyro than the tightest play possible on every turn. Okay, there's the removal spell. Permanents lose hexproof. We have 9 mana, so we can Final Death and then still have Memory Drain available. So let's go ahead and Final Death this Archon and attack for lethal. Yeah, so if you're not going to go through your whole library, then milling yourself doesn't increase or decrease the chances of you drawing any given card. But when you have 10 cards left in your deck, maybe 1 or 2 removal spells, you actually could just run out of like resources and lose. So since I was under no pressure, I have a Shadow Spear out. I'm at 26. I'm taking 1 or 2 a turn. Who cares? I think one of the only ways I could lose that game would be if I milled like my last 2 removal spells or something. So that's why I didn't play Final Death, which was actually, Funeral Rites, which was actually kind of important. Other than that, I don't think there's really any ways to lose that game. We just wait and then draw our removal. And we're sitting behind a counterspell. So it's not like if they have Shatter the Sky or something surprising, we lose. We would just counter that. So for now, we basically need 1 land to unlock our deck. Elspeth's Nightmare killing Timurit. Funeral Rites to draw more cards and more lands. Kraken. If we draw a land, I don't think that any deck can realistically beat this hand in Limited. But if we don't draw a land for a little while, we could fall behind, and then maybe this will be a good game. I almost kind of hope we don't draw a land here, because if we do draw a land, we're practically playing a constructed deck against a draft deck. So I went with Elspeth's Nightmare first. We don't know if they can grow Timurit. I kind of want to get the removal out of their hand before I play Nadir Kraken. Similar to the last time we had Elspeth's Nightmare and I talked about this, I don't want to give them opportunities to play their removal spells on Nadir Kraken and then Elspeth's Nightmare. I want to Elspeth's Nightmare here, take a removal out of their hand if they're holding one, and then I can play Kraken and they shouldn't have a way to kill it unless they top deck it. Now we'll put out the Kraken. Now that we know the coast is clear, we'll put out our Octopus. So now we have a choice. We could pay 1, grow this, and get an Octopus, and then we have 2 mana to work with. Or we could play Funeral Rites and not do that. I think I'll just play Funeral Rites. I just want to make land drops. I don't really need to grow this right now or get Octopus. After I make land drops, then it'll be much easier to grow it. So I'm going to decline. Had we drawn a land, I would have paid the 1. Sadly, I cannot pay now because we don't have any more mana. Luckily, they have 1 card in hand besides a swamp, and our hand is the most powerful thing I've seen in my entire life. Okay, so now we can pay the 1, and then we'll still have 4 mana up. So now we go Memory Drain, just pass to the opponent. Now we just chill. We can ride our Kraken to victory. We can keep our Memory Drains up. When we have enough mana, we can play Naiad, but for now, all I need to do is grow this Kraken twice more, and then it can attack. We're netting 1/1s every turn. We can counter any final deaths or any big things they do on their turn. So this is called cruising. Yeah, I mean, we're just in full control mode. I wouldn't say the game plan is to just do nothing until we win with Saga, but I would say that we're just going to play it safe and kind of cautious. I would have Memory Drained that, except we have Mogi's Favor, so there's no real need. Since we didn't draw a land, though, I'm not going to grow Kraken and make a 1/1 this turn. Again, I don't want to drop shields. Maybe they draw a Final Death, or maybe they have some broken rare of their own. So I'm going to play very conservatively. They have 1 card in hand, we have 7. And we have Kraken out, and we have 2 counterspells. So here we're going to decline. Yes, I'm well aware the 1/1 stopped the 4/1/2. But again, I'm just not in a hurry. I want to play Mogi's Favor. It's not unconditional removal. So we'll just use our Mogi's Favor here. Just relax, pass to the opponent. Yes, the 1/1s block the 4/1, but again, I'm going to Elspeth's Nightmare soon when I have enough mana. Kind of just want to relax. We're not in a rush to grow the Kraken. If we can grow it, we will, but killing 4/1s with Mogi's Favor and getting the card out of my hand seems good. So now we can pay the 1. We did win the game with the opponent's Shadow Sphere. Okay, does that do anything? Each player mills 3. Doesn't help me. Not a big deal. Exile 2 cards. Doesn't matter. Return a creature or land. I think if I Elspeth's Nightmare... Let's see. That's 3. This is 3. No, this is... The binding's going to go off 1 turn before the Nightmare. This isn't really worth countering, but given we have a backup counter, and given we want to draw lands so that we can do more, I think it's worth memory draining. Almost more for the Scry, too, than to stop the binding. At this point, lands basically unlock the win. Then we can pay for Kraken, we can cast Naiad and still leave memory drain up, and then of course we have Kiora Saga to actually end the game. So this stuff basically doesn't matter. So I mostly just wanted to be able to draw lands. That's the point here. We know that Kraken's about to grow bigger than the Chimera anyway, and we have instant speed removal to get rid of it. Okay, so end of their turn. Let's go ahead and eat this Chimera now. None of their creatures actually matter. This game is 100% us. These are the kind of games where I find it the hardest to make the tightest technical play at all times, because it's just inconceivable to me that we can lose. They have 6 power, so we can afford to attack with our 6/7. We're obviously not worried, because if they have a trick, we'll just memory drain it and eat their team. Also, if they attack back, we have 4 1/1s and an 0/5 to block with, so that's not really an option for them. I want to get out this Naiad because it means we only have to leave 3 up for memory drain instead of 4, so there's substantial value there. I don't want to show them Kiora, because this is game 1 in a best of 3, and that might provoke them to board in discard or things like that. So I'm definitely going to try and win this game without casting Kiora. Other than that, I'm not really worried about anything. We'll just try and now ride this Kraken to victory, leave up our counterspell, try not to show them Kiora. This could provoke them to board in stuff like, you know, agonizing, whatever, look at opponent's hand, make them discard a card, things like that. Knowing it's such an expensive bomb that it's going to be in my hand for a while before I can cast it. So we don't want to show them Kiora if we don't have to. Most of the rest of the stuff we're showing just doesn't matter. So now we need 3 to memory drain the spawn. That still leaves us 3 for Elspeth's Nightmare. The auto tapper seems to be cooperating. Thanks for the compliment on the haircut. Appreciate it. If I'm not going to comb my hair, I have to at least cut it short, right? Yeah, Omen's gas. I like this card a lot. Well, no, we won't counter spawn. You're right. It's just not even remotely worth it. Let them spawn. Who cares? I was thinking that the 5/6 would probably be big enough to block the Kraken along with their other creatures. But at this point, this only gives them 7 power, and that's not even enough to kill the Kraken. So yeah, we shouldn't counter it. You're right, chat. It would be a bad play. Just sack an Octopus and keep riding the Kraken to victory. This is constructed. It's, this is Theros block constructed. We just drafted all this cheap card drawing and removal and Elspeth's Nightmares and Kiora, Best to See God. Does that even do anything? Mill 3 cards, get a 2/2 zombie to chump with. Get another 2/2 to chump with. Gain a life and scry 1. No, that doesn't do anything. I mean, I wouldn't call this a standard deck, but it's kind of like a Theros block deck. At this point, we've unlocked everything. I don't think we need more lands. Let's just go ahead and pay our mana. Whatever. Okay, whatever. Again, we can't possibly lose at this point. They can eat Naiad with the spawn, chump the 10/11, get in an extra 6 points of damage. I'm not going to show them Singer because that's a trick also. I don't really care about showing them stuff like Mire's Grasp, but I don't want to show them Kiora, which might provoke them to board in certain discard spells and things that target it well. And I don't want to show them Singer because this is a trick. This is a card I want them to attack into. Yeah, we should. Good point, Dangle. While I keep talking about what I'm not going to show them, let's see what they milled, since they're showing me their whole deck. They have an Elspeth's Nightmare, so if we have any, like, 3 casting cost 2 power creatures, we might want to take those out. They've got double Mystic Repeal. Obviously, Kiora Saga is incredible and makes the 8/8, but any other enchantments that are frivolous we could board out, or that just sit around and don't do much. Warbuyer's Blessing, Final Death. Their deck's actually really good. Look at their cards. This is a really good black-green deck. Of course, we're eating it for breakfast because our deck is just borderline constructed. But their deck's actually quite good. So now they have 5, 7, 8, 12, 14. So it looks like they could put everything in front of the Kraken. So we're going to have to play 1 removal spell. Oh, well, now we can probably just kill them with Lampad. We have 9 creatures in play. They're at 8. We have how much mana? Not enough, I don't think, this turn. We don't have 10. So we might as well... And we have to cast. Yeah, so it'd be 10. We don't have 10. So we might as well cast the Lampad this turn. But now I'm just going to chill, because Lampad's not a card I mind showing them. And I don't want to have to, like I said, use Singer or something like this that's a trick. We'll just Lampad them out. Yeah, we could have alphaed and gotten the win, probably in combat. It was close. I didn't even honestly feel like it because, again, they had no outs and we had a counterspell and they had no cards in hand. So, like, you know, it's not even your 99.9 one way and 99.8 the other way. It's your 100 one way and 100 the other way. Save the brain power, you know, Magic's a hard game. Okay, so... yeah, we really drafted Kiora and Kraken and a million removal and card drawing encounters and have a borderline constructed deck. Okay, so we know that they have Elspeth's Nightmare. Do we have any 3-mana, 2-power creatures maybe that we want to get out? Obviously, we're not going to get out Kraken, but we'll try and play around that if we can. Naiad's really good in our deck as well. We don't care if they kill Elyrus, so no. They have Binding, Timurit. Their deck is actually really good, but it matches up well for us. We might want to take out one with the stars, because we saw double Mystic Repeal. I mean, we have the Itchy Fish too, though, so we're going to have enchantments out for them to target. Is Libation good? Not really. All of those sagas trigger when they come into play. Killing them is not that exciting. I don't think there's really much to do. One with the stars could definitely come out. Oh yeah, 2 more drafts after this. The current plan, while we don't have best of 1, is 3 rounds per draft. Drop after round 3, regardless of the record. And do 3 drafts a night. We could bring in another Memory Drain. They do have a slow deck. I think if we were going to be on the play, I probably would. But I don't want to have too many 4-mana counters in my hand when we're going to be on the draw. I think there's not a lot to do. We didn't see 1 toughness creatures, did we? I think I kind of want to take out Mogi's Favor. I know I killed that Chimera, but they're pretty good at milling and recurring. So I think I'm going to take out Mogi's Favor. Just bring in like another Lampad or something that blocks a little better. And call it a day. Chat wants 5 wins. I mean, we probably will 5-0 with this deck if I play rounds 4 and 5. But then that might cost us a draft. Do you really want to see 2 drafts or 3 drafts? Because I like calling it Mogi, because Mogi just sounds like a funny word to me. Mogi. I agree, Fathers. We all know that, you know, you can lose any match of Magic, you just get bad draws, but we all know this deck is incredible. That this is a control deck that like has cheap, good defensive cards, infinite good removal, enough card drawing and sift, and unbeatable closers. This is a textbook control deck. It's going to roll almost every opponent. We haven't dropped a game yet. I mean, do we really need to see rounds 4 and 5 with this deck? Okay, so if we kill that Chimera now, are they going to get it back before we can remove it with Elspeth's Nightmare? I don't know. But if we Elspeth's Nightmare the Arachner, we can then trade with it, and then it'll get exiled. So that looks pretty good. So I think we want to Elspeth's Nightmare this turn. I actually find Masterpieces kind of boring, Cordra. Like, whenever people ask me, like, the most fun tournaments I've had, they're usually shocked when I don't answer Paris that I won, the Pro Tour in Paris in 2011. Listen, I'm grateful that I got to play one of the most constructed, broken constructed decks of all time when other people didn't have it. I didn't invent or build it. I'm very grateful for being on Team Channel Fireball in Paris. For, you know, Raptor and Kibler and Brad Nelson and the other people who really contributed to building that deck, basically winning me a Pro Tour. But was it fun playing a Legacy deck against a bunch of Standard decks? Not really. I just crushed everybody. Like, that's what this draft feels like. Like, it's not particularly fun crushing everyone. So, unfortunately, they milled themselves, so they are going to get back the Chimera. Oh, no, they don't have their lands. They're missing lands, so they're not going to. And we don't need to kill that zombie. We'll just block with Turtle. So I guess for now, we're chilling. I mean, it's not humble brags. Like I said, I didn't build one single card in Caw-Blade 75. I did not invent that deck. I did not tune it well. I did not innovate. I did literally nothing. All that ended up happening was Team CFB built one of the best standard decks of all time, one of the best decks for a tournament of all time, and handed it to me, and then I drew the best with it. It's not a brag at all. I'm just saying, personally, what I find fun is not crushing people. It's playing good, hard games. Like I said, it's been hard for me to even look for the tightest plays possible in this draft, because I'm just crushing everybody. I can't envision losing these games. So, like, it's really hard to want to make the tightest technical play possible when you can't really envision losing no matter what you do. Okay, let's see. Do we want to Myers Grasp anything? We can Myers Grasp the Grove Dancer. I mean, we could put out the 1/3. We're not eating anything yet, but we kind of need to do that. So we're not really taking any damage this turn if we do that. But then we're dropping shields. I guess if we Myers Grasp, we're dropping shields then too. So there's not much of a reason to Myers Grasp right now. Yes, Cardboard Nomad. If my favorite sports team was beating everybody by 30, of course I couldn't really enjoy the games. Like, close games are fun. Like, once it's the second or third quarter and you already know the conclusion of the game because your team is up 20 or 30, the game becomes less fun, right? So I'm going to Memory Drain because we need to dig up some resources. And if we find, like, a creature we can cast, then we can use Singer to eat something. So let's start by Memory Draining that Acolyte because I don't want to let them get back Timber it and do it all again. I'm going to actually bottom 1 with the stars. It's expensive removal, and our hand is kind of over on removal. But I'm not going to bottom Deny because that lets us double spell. Now we can Myers Grasp away the Grove Dancer so that they can't, like, dig things up and do their recursiveness and filling their yard. We can then use Deny on Hierophant, and we're not under much pressure. And then if we draw any creature, we can use that with Singer to eat the other 2/2. Alright, no creatures, so that's okay. We'll just put out the Singer, create a stalemate, sit behind our Great Removal. I'm actually going to do it end of turn, though, because imagine if I play Singer here, block both, and then they played Aspect and made me discard Itchy Fish and Final Death. Right now, if they go for Aspect, I can Final Death the creature in response, not have to discard anything, and kill a creature. So I don't want to possibly have to discard 2 unconditional removal spells. So I'll take 2 more damage and just play my Flash Blocker end of turn and play it safe. And for the same reasons I talked about last turn, I'm not going to cast Eidolon here. We'll just chill. With 1 more land, we can play Eidolon and keep Final Death up. In the moment, we're not under any pressure. It's an even board. Let's just see if they do anything good. Not necessarily into all my open mana, Who's Miles. They could, but a smart player might not into all my open mana. Like, now, at the very least, we're going to be able to dump most of our hand. I assume they're going to, like, Mogi's Favor here or something. They were just bluffing. But I'm not really scared, so we'll Final Death. Because now I'm going to play Eidolon, unless we draw something that really shifts the plan. So now, if they have that, all they get rid of is the 1 removal spell. Plus, we have to get Eidolon out this turn, because now we're only 1 mana away from sacking it. Boo. Maybe I should have held on to Final Death to protect myself from Warbriar's Blessing. That might have been a bad play. Alright, let's Omen now, because if we dig up something we want to cast... Well, we don't need any more lands. Bottom, bottom. Okay, I don't see any reason to do anything. End of turn, of course, we'll sack. Bottom lands, unless there's Kiora Saga. Top counter spells and spells. Top Krakens, of course. I'm actually just going to bottom the Itchy Fish. We've gotten pretty far into our deck. We should find the Saga soon. So I don't think we need to top a 3rd on conditional removal when we're holding 2. Remember, we scried a bunch of cards to the bottom. So, Kiora Saga's somewhere in there. And there's another memory drain in there as well. Of course, since we have 7 mana spells, but not 8 mana spells, we can hold the 1 land as discard protection. I am a little worried about decking if this binding mills Kiora Saga. Thankfully, it didn't. I'm not worried about them recurring, things. Even though they can recur Acolyte, recur Timuret, Kiora Saga goes so far over the top of all of that. But they very well could deck me if they somehow mill Kiora Saga here. That is a very real concern now that they've killed Kraken. I think that there's almost no shot they'll beat me with damage, but there's a very real chance they could theoretically deck me. They have 11 cards, we have 16 though, so hopefully we'll just deck them. It's time for, I should be banned from Limited because I'm too stupid of a Magic card that nothing else that happens in a game matters if I get cast. I do, Linguini Genie. Especially online. Because online you wouldn't have to explain the concept to newer players, really. You could just magically make the cards not show up in the packs. Like, imagine if on Arena, Kiora Saga, Ashiok, and Dream Trawler just didn't exist, right? Like, in the limited packs, in drafts and sealeds. You would just open every other card slightly more, and those cards just wouldn't exist, and Magic would be a much better game for it. In person, I still think it might be a good idea, but, it would be tough, because you'd have to explain to people they opened a card that's not legal and stuff like that. So we're going to steal their best permanent. So I guess we want to Final Death their second best permanent, because we still have removal and counters up. Well, they say good game, so I guess they're just conceding. Yeah, the set's fun. I like the set. I think it's good. I think it's, better than any set except M20 from the past year or so. And Modern Horizons, but I don't really count that. Okay, y'all, it's time for you to decide. So I think it's better to do 3 drafts and play 3 rounds per draft rather than 2 drafts and play 5 or 6 rounds per draft. I know 5-0ing is sweet, but we didn't lose any games. This deck is just crushing people. Okay, I see a lot more draft than I do 5-0, so y'all agree with me. So we're going to resign and do another draft. So that was a prototypical blue-black control deck. If you want to know how to draft a control deck, lots of good removal, some card drawing, cheap blockers, and unbeatable win conditions. Doesn't take a pro to win with that deck. Thank you, Tranquil Entropy. Appreciate the subscription. Okay, so Bronze-Hide Lion is a good rare. It's first pickable. It is a gold card, but it's a really strong 2-drop if you do end up green-white. Dreamstalker Manicore is a pretty nice 3-drop, like I've talked about, pinging off every 1 toughness creature. You don't care that much if your pinger pings every single turn. Obviously, it's better, but dealing 1 to them directly isn't that big of a deal, whereas killing 1 toughness creatures is awesome. There's plenty of cards with flash in this format, plenty of instants. So with Mana Core, you should be able to ping off their 1 toughness creatures. Ban Brawler's a nice fight creature in a slow format like this. There's plenty of ways to recur it and get extra value. The best common in this pack is Typhon. This is a mythic common. This card is ridiculous. It's a 4-mana 4/4, which basically commands removal or trades, and then it just comes back as a 7/7. So this is a pick between, like, Brawler, Typhon, Mana Core, Lion. I think we can rule out Brawler right away. It's a good card, but I think Typhon is just better. I actually also think Typhon is just better than Mana Core. So really, this is a pick between the 1-color card Typhon and the 2-color card Lion. Lion is the best card in this pack. It's better than Typhon by a substantial amount. Typhon is the best card in this pack that is only 1 color. The second best card in this pack overall. I think I'm with you, Chad. I think Lion is enough better than Typhon to take it. This is a pretty incredible 2-drop. It's a 2-mana 3/3 Indestructible, and if you don't want to leave your mana up and it dies, you get to give Indestructible to something else. So I think Lion is enough better than Typhon to take. But you could certainly take Typhon there. I'm not really sure about that pick. So I think Haktos is pretty broken, but of course you have to play exactly Boros. It's not splashable or anything like that. Nessian Hornbeetle is an excellent 2-drop green creature. This is a card that just grows and grows and grows, and we're following up a green, white, gold rare. Lion's not as good as Haktos, but Lion's pretty good. So I would take Haktos here over some mediocre green common. Like, I would not take, like, Loathsome Chimera over Haktos here. But Nessian Hornbeetle is a really nice green 2-drop in a format where the 2-drops are pretty weak, and you don't want to play vanilla 2-drops. Hornbeetle's just a 2-mana big creature, basically. So I really like this card as a follow-up to Lion. Speaking of 2-drops that are just not going to get blanked and offer things to you in the late game, Destiny Spinner is another 2-drop that I really like. A 2-mana 2/3 is already a little bit overstated, but a 2-mana 2/3 would not be that amazing in this format where vanilla creatures do very little and 2-drops don't accomplish that much. But this can win a late game. It has a nice, powerful effect towards the end. And in the early game, it's a 2-mana 2/3, which is a very respectable creature. So there's no reason to look elsewhere. Acolyte is better than Spinner, but of course, maybe we'll play green-black. I'm not afraid to lose a Lion, but Acolyte is not a lot better than Spinner, just a little bit better. Yes, definitely, if this was single green, we would take Acolyte. There's no question that Acolyte of Affliction is a better card than Destiny Spinner. The last draft, we went 3-0-6-0. We had one close game where the opponent put us to 1, but we were holding counters and stuff that whole time they were attacking us. Really, that game shouldn't even have been that close. I left the door open for them to win because I forgot Shadow Spear could remove Hexproof from my 8/8. If I had played the Illyrios like I should have and left the counter mana up that turn and then Saga'd the following turn, they would have had basically no outs and no ability to win with common removal. Okay, yeah, so we have 3 sweet 2-drops, which is really good for a format where it's hard to get good aggressive 2-drops. I don't love 1 toughness creatures, but green-white, if we go there, wants to prioritize enchantments and auras and be a beatdown deck. So we definitely might want the Setesian Skirmisher. It's conceivable. Certainly not one of the better cards in the pack, though. We could also look at, like, Slaughter Priest, but, I mean, we can't really go into black-red. We don't have to play green-white, but these are 2 pretty good green uncommon 2-drops. So there's not really much we can do with this pack. Oh yeah, I forgot about that, Spiffy. Never mind. We couldn't beat a removal spell. We just had to play the Kraken, so we didn't die to Trample. I forgot about that, Spiffy. I apologize. Y'all are right, Lowell Missionary and Spiffy. Y'all are right. So, Leonin of Lost Pride, not great, and we're not committed to white. Skirmisher, not great, but probably pretty good if we do go green-white beatdown. I don't think Leonin is better than Skirmisher necessarily if we go a green-white auras deck. If we're going to trigger the Constellation constantly, then this is going to be better. I mean, don't get me wrong. If we're not, then Leonin of Lost Pride is better, of course. The Leonin effect does matter. This is the escape format. Whenever this trades with an escape creature, you get to exile it immediately. I agree. think it's close between those two. Omen is probably... Well, Slaughter Priest is the best card in this pack, but we can't look at black-red. Omen is probably second as far as the best cards in this pack. But, I mean, do we really want to take Omen? I mean, blue-green is an option. Lion's not that hard to splash. Definitely some consideration for the blue cards. We can't really switch into Slaughter Priest, but we could definitely play blue-green and then splash or not splash the Lion. We could also go like red-green. Horn Beetle's at its best then. I think Skirmisher makes the most sense. That's a really weak pick. I'm not happy with that pick. I don't think any of these cards are good. This draft is going the opposite of the last draft. Instead of just getting hit over the face with card after card, now we have to make some tough picks. Some of these cards may not even make our deck. We could take Aspect. Black-green is a great archetype, but our green cards don't particularly want to go with black. It's acceptable if they do, but that's not where they're going to be at their best. Horn Beetle's at its best in green-red or green-white auras, where you're going to have 4 power creatures. Destiny Spinner's at its best with an enchantment deck like green-white auras. Skirmisher's not even really playable in a green-black grindy deck. Yeah, Eyes is fine. I mean, I wouldn't want to take Eyes aggressively and force the green-white, but it would only be over Aspect. I mean, this pack does suck. I would not think I could switch into red-black when I have 3 green cards, a good rare, and 2 uncommons. You could take the Slaughter Priest just because, I mean, Skirmisher's not a great card, but I would not really have been looking at the Slaughter Priest in person either. I think I'm down for Sentinel's Eyes. I mean, I don't really love this card, but again, all of our cards kind of want to be in a green-white auras deck, or like a green-red aggro deck. So now, Caryatid is a good green card for ramp decks and splash decks. We literally have 4 cards that cost 2 mana and a 1 mana enchantment. So Caryatid's not going to be a good card in our deck. So I'm going to grab Omen in case we go red-green beatdown. Hey, there's the first good pick in a while. Commanding Presence is an excellent card for the green-white aura creature decks. I think it's about time that we got something good. What was the artifact? I don't remember a good artifact in the pack. Ragnarok. I'm not super high on Remorse. It's a grindy format, so, like, you can certainly play the card. But also when games go late, then, like, they don't always have cards left in their hand, and you draw it in the late game. Kind of like how Thoughtseize is bad in the Jund Mirror in Constructed, because you just trade off resources, and then you draw dead Thoughtseizes. I'm not saying Remorse is unplayable. If you have a lot of Escape, it's a card that can go to the yard and fuel your Escape, but I don't love the card. The Chariot's okay. It's not great. I mean, it's cool. 4 mana, 3/3 haste. First strike's a little tough to block, but I mean, you have to tap a creature that could have attacked to crew it. I'm not a big fan of that card. Commanding Presence, on the other hand, is excellent, though. Commanding Presence goes on one of your 2-drops that would have been blanked, connects, gets you stuff right away, so even if they kill it, it really powers up a small creature. Similarly, Hero of the Winds is a card I like a lot. This will pretty much never die, so anytime you can target it, you can pump your whole team. This is the exact kind of curve topper you want for a green-white aggro deck. Transcendent Envoy is another card I like a lot in green-white auras. Lowers the cost of Commanding Presence, curves out naturally and perfectly. Here's the thing with Transcendent Envoy. Poking them for 1 a turn in the air in a slow format is valuable if you're an aggro deck. Not valuable if you're just going to overpower them in the late game. So if I have an aggressive deck where I'm interested in pushing 20 damage through, I want Transcendent Envoy. If I have a deck that's just going to win because I have better cards than my opponent, I don't want Transcendent Envoy. As you can see, we have an aggro deck that's trying to push in 20 damage. So Transcendent Envoy is going to be excellent in our deck. Repeal is good. I would never cut Repeal even from an aggro deck, but there's heavy diminishing returns on Enchantment Kill. This is pack 1. We have the entire rest of the draft to get a Revoke or a Repeal or Return to Nature. These cards don't matter. These cards don't matter. Definitely wasn't going to force green-white. Would have dropped the line if we didn't end up seeing Command and Hero. But as it went, we got good late green-white auras cards, so we're able to play our awesome rare 2-drop. Pretty easy Warbriar Blessing here. Just the best card for us. Probably the second best card in the pack. Drag to the Underworld is good, cheap removal. Thank you, 26 Islands. Perfect timing. We're taking a Blessing. So, I mean, the best overall card in this pack is Drag to the Underworld. Second, Warbriar Blessing for green-white. Think now we can choose between a few close cards. We do want to prioritize Loathsome Chimeras. It's a 4-power creature to grow the beetle all by itself, and we're not going to end up with a lot of escape in a green-white like we would in a green-black. But Laguna Band Storyteller is also pretty good. It can get us back our Commanding Presence after it dies, or Warbriar's Blessing, which is removal. Destiny Spinner's a pretty good late-game enchantment creature. So I'm not sure whether we want the Storyteller or the Chimera. They're both pretty good for us. We have 2 4-drops, a bunch of 2s and no 3s, but it's only the start of pack 2. Well, if we Commanding Presence something, that will also grow the beetle. Remember, a green-white Aura's deck is going to tend to grow its own creatures. I would not play Tutor. You only play Tutor if you're tutoring up some Super Bomb. But I don't think Tutor's a good card. I don't want to tutor up a removal spell. That's just too much mana. Well, it's true that we have more time to get Chimeras, and we'll see more of them than Storytellers. But that doesn't change the pick that much. It's not really that important that we get either. We're really just concerned with which one is better for our deck. I actually kind of think we want the Chimera. We already have 2 4-drops. We don't want the curve to get too high in a beatdown deck. We have 0 3-drops. And since we're going to play green-white and not green-red, 4-power creatures aren't that easy to come by. And definitely not 3-mana ones that you can play on curve with Hornbeetle. So while I actually like Storyteller more in general, I think Chimera is the right pick for us here. It's true they're worse in multiples, but this is already pack 2. How many do we expect to get? Now we have another close pick. Again, beatdown decks don't want, like, enchantment situational removal as much as control decks, but we still would play the first copy of Return to Nature. Transcendent Envoy is good but not great in our deck. It's a solid 2, but we have a lot of 2s. It does curve right into Commanding Presence nicely. Sea God Scorn, if you're an aggro deck, is a good curve topper, but a lot of the blue decks in this format are very controlling. So it really just depends on what your deck is doing. Yeah, I think we have a lot of 2-drop creatures and an Envoy already, so I think this time we will go with Return. Pick up our first enchantment kill. Okay, pretty easy Pious Wayfarer here. This is the deck it's good in. We're going to be prioritizing enchantments and auras the whole way, and we're an aggro deck, so the +1/+1 pushing in damage matters to us. Now I think we'll grab a second Sentinel's Eye. We don't want a lot of that card, but I actually think it's a pretty good enchantment in this deck. We have Constellation. We want to make a 4-power creature. We have Constellation. We're just an aggro deck in general. We want to target the hero. So I actually think Sentinel's Eye offers this deck quite a bit. Yeah, Plummet's an okay sideboard card, but I'm not really worried about it. And I think these Sentinel's Eyes are going to be pretty good in our deck. Now I'm going to grab Arachnar, whether for the main or board, depending on where we end up. We're not going to play that, but there's no green or white cards. So this is the deck where I generally do like Hydra's Growth. I don't like Hydra's Growth in green-black grindy, and I don't like it in green-red because your creatures are generally big anyway. But in green-white full of small creatures, I do like Hydra's Growth. That said, Pegasus is a great target for your auras as well, and Nessian Wanderer, even if you're not a control deck, it's still a 2-mana 1/3 that's just going to tutor up lands. So there's a lot of... And Flicker's even fine. All 4 of these are likely to make our deck if we took them. So I don't know what I want here. We really do have a ton of tiny creatures, so I think Hydra's Growth offers us the most. I've talked about this card a little bit before, but in case you missed it, like... This card gets a lot better if your deck is loaded with small 2-drops, and a lot worse if your deck has a good late game or big creatures. So if you look at our deck, we have a 1-drop, another 1-drop, like 4 or 5 small 2-drops, and very few expensive powerful creatures. So this is a deck where Hydra's Growth is at its absolute best. Don't know if we'll play 3rd Sentinel Eyes or not, but it's over nothing. Indomitable Will is fine in these kind of decks, I think, as a trick. Grove Dancer is okay, too, because it's an enchantment creature. We're not that worried about milling ourselves, but we do have 2 escape creatures that we could very easily play. But we still have plenty of 2-drops. I don't expect a 2-mana 2/2 no abilities really to make our deck, so I'm going to grab Will as a trick. Hey, we got the Envoy back. That makes me happy I passed on the weak 2-drops for better cards. Plummet for the sideboard. And let's get to pack 3. Kind of sad we're not black and could have gotten our second drag to the Underworld. But there's still some decent cards for us. We are an aggro deck. We have a ton of enchantments, including these recurring Sentinel's Eyes. So Captivating Unicorn could be a good closer. This actually goes on any creature, so we could play this on their creature to give it 4 power and then surge it. Hero of the Pride is also a good 2-drop in this deck, because we can pump our creatures so many ways. I mean, look how many ways we have to target Hero here. 2 Eyes, Will, Blessing, Growth, Presence. I think we've done a good job of keeping our curve down. I'm not sure. We might want the Unicorn. Yeah, I agree that they do need big stuff to stop us, so that lends credence to Triumphant Surge. Also, I like that we could Sentinel Eyes their 3-power creature to get it to 4, kill it, and then just get the Sentinel Eyes back. I agree, though. This deck is shaping up to be a good Unicorn deck. And Unicorn does let us push past fatties as well. I think there's a pretty good argument for Unicorn, Hero, and Surge here. I think they're all pretty close. Oh, Pious Wayfarer pumps their creatures too. Yeah, that's nice. So if we have Wayfarer, we could play Sentinel Eyes, pump their creature with Wayfarer, put Sentinel Eye on like our creature, and then surge it. Or if we really need to kill a 2-power creature, we could double pump their creature. Yeah, I'm sold on Surge. It's our first Surge, and we have profitable ways to pump their creatures. Okay, we're going to have another close pick. It's not going to include Birth of Meletis. This is a defensive card. We're an aggro deck. But Destiny's Spinner, Heliod's Pilgrim, and Warbriar's Blessing are all pretty good in our deck. Heliod's Pilgrim looks like the pick, given we have a bunch of 2s already, and we have Hydra's Growth, Commanding Presence. We already have a Blessing, so we have pretty good auras to search out. Also, knowing that all the other cards are green, like Warbriar's Blessing and Spinner that we want, maybe we'll table a green card. So I think we want to take the Pilgrim here. So now let's just look at whether we need a 2 or a 3. Omen and Leonin are fine in our deck. We already have a return. That doesn't mean we won't play Revoke, but it's not something I'm really looking at. We have 2, 3, 4, 5. I think we want the 2-mana 3/1 because we can Sentinel's Eyes it or Pious Wayfarer it, and that gets us to 4 power to grow the Horn Beetle. So I think the 2-mana 3/1 actually offers our deck a decent amount. So now there's Apathy and Pilgrim. I want both of these cards pretty badly. I also want Nyx Herald pretty badly. Can I take this pack? I'll just take Return, Herald, Dreadful Apathy, and Pilgrim and stop drafting. Can I just take this whole pack? Not Revoke because we already had Return. We don't want to prioritize 2nd or 3rd Enchantment Kill. I'll probably play 2nd Enchantment Kill, but not over cards that I think are good for our deck. Herald is really good in this deck. We do have a lot of enchantments, a lot of enchantment creatures, and we're going to be putting enchantments on our creatures. Apathy and Pilgrim are really good too, though. Well, Glenn says there's a conspiracy card that lets us do it, so I'm doing it. So we're just going to take this pack and call it a draft. Yeah, I think we have to take Apathy here because we need the ability to search out our good unconditional removal sometimes, and we already have a Pilgrim. So I think Apathy is the right pick. So now we can just grab Blessing. This time it's easy. Leonin of Lost Pride and Mystic Repeal are fine cards for our deck, but they're not close to Blessing. I don't mind 3 Blessings. It's not really a card that gets better in multiples because it's situational, but it's still pretty good quality removal overall. I'm not going to take a 3-1 or a 1-2 over it. Now we just grab a second Horn Beetle. We're not the best at 4 power, but we're not as bad as it looks at it either. Growth grows you to 4 power. Commanding Presence grows you to 4 power. Pilgrim searches those out, so that grows you to 4 power. Chimera has 4 power. Pious Wayfarer and Sentinel's Eyes, along with the Leonin, can get you to 4 power. Beetle is definitely still just a good 2-drop for our deck. Third Beetle it is. I would rather we be red-green if we're going to see all Beetles, but again, they can grow each other. We can enchant our creatures and grow them. They're still good cards in our deck. I don't think these cards can matter. Plummet's a decent sideboard card. Omen's never making our deck. Mystic Repeal maybe will, maybe won't. Okay, so we ended up with 3 Beetles because we surprisingly got 2 pretty late. So we want to prioritize getting our creatures to 4 power if we can. So what does that... That means we're not cutting Sentinel's Eyes. And we want the ability to bring them back more. We have flyers. I'm not really... We're an aggro deck. I'm not really worried about flyers. I'm going to board in Arachnar, but I'm not going to main it. We definitely want our 2-mana 3-1 because that's easier to get to 4 power. Skirmisher also can grow to 3. So I think we want to prioritize Skirmishers because if we put Sentinel Eyes on them, that's 4 power right there to grow a Beetle. So I think we want to play Skirmishers over 2 power creatures if we can. Granted, our only 2 power creatures are like these Envoys and Spinners, which are quite good. So yeah, I don't know what to cut now. Gift would be okay. It only does it for 1 turn. Enchantments have a better chance to do it indefinitely. I mean, definitely we would cut Skirmishers, because like you said, it's only for 1 turn, before we would cut Leonin. But what are our last 2 cuts? Yeah, I think we can cut Return. We'll play 1 Enchantment Kill when we picked up that Repeal. Definitely 16 lands. We gotta go 8/8. Yeah, but that costs 5 mana and involves a bunch of dead cards, and that's the late game cool blue reason. Plus, we want to use our escape cards on these Sentinel's Eyes. And we also have a Chimera. No, I don't think... wait, what is Blessing? Oh, Warbriar's Blessing. No, that's just good removal. I don't think we want to cut that. Slap it on the Skirmisher. Stack the fight in the order we want, so we get like a nice 3-4 to fight off things with. Envoy is cuttable, but we do have a lot of auras. And it's an enchantment, so it works with the Wayfarer. But I agree, Envoy is cuttable. It's not a lot that's really cuttable. Hero, but that's another way to grow creatures, right? Yeah, maybe the Repeal. We could always board in the Enchantment Kill. Spinner. Yeah, Spinner's cuttable, but it's pretty good. We have a lot of enchantments. It's a pretty good card in this deck. Leonin's not cuttable. It's one of our easiest ways to get to 4 power for our triple Horn Beetle. No, we're not going to 15. We need 8/8. I know our curve is low, but we need 8/8. I think we just cut Repeal. We're like a combo deck. All our cards synergize. I just don't want to have an Enchantment Kill in my hand and not be able to pump my team. I'll board in the Repeal when it's on, of course, if we see good targets. But I think we have to prioritize our own proactive game with this deck. I don't think we necessarily want, like, Repeal in our hand. Obviously, I don't like seeing no forest, but there's no way we're going to mulligan on the draw with a white 1-drop, the 3-mana removal spell, and then the 4-mana enchantment. No Burrito Bowl today. We went with a Gyro. So I wasn't going to Apathy it. Now maybe I'll consider it. If I drew a forest, I would definitely have just slapped down Hydra's Growth. The nice thing about Apathying that is we can eventually exile it if we want, but we could also just leave it there, and then we killed both their cards. The only thing is, we might want to Apathy like a bigger card, like if they play Typhon, because we don't have much to do. So given we don't have green mana, I think we just have to chill. Try and like lengthen this game if we can. Give ourselves time to find that forest. So for at least one turn, I'm going to take 2 and see if they do something bigger and more powerful. Okay, well, they didn't, but we have a play this turn anyway. I'll just slap down Sentinel's Eye, because after we pump it, this will be a 3/4 that can attack into their creature. And now my 2/3 and their 2/3 will bounce. So, well, I'm not getting 8 here. They would still just bounce. Well, now they have an Omen also, so we're going to end up trading with a 1/1. But all in all, that was, like, not great. But, I mean, they played 2 different cards, and we don't really care about the cards that are in play. But that did make me happy that we didn't Apathy the Spider, because the 2/3 would have just been bouncing with the Spider, and we are looking to prolong this game. That said, now they're down to 1 card in hand. I'm just going to use my... Actually, whoa. I would Apathy the Spider, except I just realized if we play Envoy, next turn we have the 3 mana for Commanding Presence on it. So yeah. But the right play here is just to play the Envoy. So if we draw a forest, we're probably a pretty big favorite. I don't know. It depends what they're going to scry up. I mean, we're not under much pressure. We're taking 2 and we have a handful of spells. Not like we have a lot going on in this game or anything. So, this turn, we can play Commanding Presence, hit and make a 1/1. We could play Envoy and play Apathy for 1 mana. Unfortunately, if we Apathy the Eutropia, that doesn't really stop it. But I kind of want to Apathy the Spider. How close are they to bringing the Spider back? Pretty close. And then they can eat the Envoy, even if it's wearing Commanding Presence. So I think the right play here is just to play the second Envoy, because then we can play the Apathy for 1 mana on the Spider, and then we don't have to worry about the Spider dying and coming back and killing our Envoy that's wearing Commanding Presence. How many more enchantments are they really going to play? They have 1 card left in hand. Okay, and now let's try and get this going. Looking good. This game's looking pretty good, considering we're stuck on 3 planes. Feel like we're already a favorite, and if we draw the forest and unlock our whole hand, we're just going to be winning easily. So 4th planes doesn't super help us, but again, we'll just attack with our flyers. Not much to see here. We don't really want to exile the Spider, because then they get the Sentinel Eyes back, so I think for now we're not really doing much. Screw beats Flood usually, because you draw out of Screw eventually. We still haven't drawn the forest, so we're working with around the same amount of spells as the opponent. Okay, well there's the forest, so life is good. We don't have a 4-power creature to take out the hero, but if it blocks the Envoy, we can finish it post-combat with Blessing. So I think for now, that's probably what we want to do. I don't want to Hydra's Growth the same Envoy, I want to Hydra's Growth the other one. It does take time to get Hydra's Growth going, though. So this turn, I'm not 100% whether it makes more sense to Hydra's Growth the Envoy or to attack and then Warbriar's Blessing away the hero. Probably makes more sense to Growth the Envoy, because that takes a lot of time to get going. Then we'll send the 2 flyers. They're going to block the 3/4 and take 2. So it's an extra turn of not making something with Commanding Presence, but it gets the growth going. And this is good, because now we have 2 really powerful threats, so if they top deck a removal, it's better for us. 4/6, you say? 4 power. Destroy target creature with power 4 or greater. You gain 3 life. 4/6 flyer. I like this. We can trade 1/1s. This doesn't matter. And this game is over. Alright, so we saw Utopia. We saw plenty of enchantments that stick around and stuff like that. So we probably want our Mystic Repeal and our Return to Nature. We also saw the Hero. They're blue, white, green, and they have Utopia. So we kind of want Plummets. I don't know how we're going to board because this is like 1,000 cards. Chain Web might not actually be great because we didn't see small flyers. We saw like Hero and Utopia, which only gives flying until end of turn. I think we want to take out Surge. We didn't see a lot of targets for that. We're going to be on the draw. So we should assume more of a defensive game. Because they're a pretty cheap aggro deck too. So maybe we shouldn't rely on like these skirmishers. I'll go with 1 Plummet, but not 2. That's a little aggressive. We didn't really see that many targets. Oh yeah, they do have Hydra too. They don't have a lot of targets for Surge though. I mean, we didn't see any 4-power creatures in that entire game. Araktar doesn't really kill what we saw, right? Like, it's not going to take out Hero. Like, it doesn't interact with Utopia because it only gives flying until end of turn. Yeah, I learned that recently as well, Lairg. Yeah, Return and Repeal are good. These two are coming in. I think I like 1 Plummet and then Return and Repeal. And then we could just take out something else kind of okay, not great. Take out like a Horn Beetle or a Skirmisher. No, we can't take out Pious in our deck. It's pretty important. I think I'm going to take out 1 Horn Beetle on the draw. This might be a mistake because Horn Beetle is an incredible card. But we're just not that good at growing it. Now, it's a 2-mana 2/2, so there's not a lot of risk. It's a high floor. But given we're going to be on the draw against another aggro deck, and it's not that good, we're not that good at growing it, I think it might be right to take it out. Alright, last game we won with our white deck. Oh, well, they chose to draw. That's kind of weird. But this game we'll try and win with our green deck. Okay, cool. A little late, but not bad. So if we attack, we can then fight it with Blessing post-combat and kill it. And then we can still use Plains and Forest to cast Lion, so that looks great. Can't get to 4 power this turn, but that's okay. We can use all our mana. Well, they're not blocking, even better. Now we dealt them some damage. We can't kill their 1/4, but if it's not blocking, it's basically already dead. Pretty weird to not block with a 1/4. There's not really any flash cards that would kill it. Maybe they're going to enhance it and they need a body in play. And yep, that was what was up. But we have Return to Nature, so no big deal. Definitely going to clip this Commanding Presence. Unfortunately, we can't eat the 1/4, but no big deal now. Back to not being a very threatening creature. So, it doesn't make a lot of sense to play around a pump spell with your creatures that are in there to block. But in this case, Sura Vaka's play made sense. The reason they played around the pump spell was because they needed this body in play so they could Commanding Presence it. So when they didn't block, it's the reason to play around a pump spell is because you need your creature in play so you can slap your enchantment and get that going. Okay, so right now on board, we could attack Bronzehide Lion into Chariot. That's about it. We don't really have any other options, though. If they block the Lion with the 1/4, are we going to Blessing it away, or are we going to hold on to Blessing? I think we probably want to Blessing it away, right? So for sure we're attacking with Lion. We can give it Indestructible. It's either going to bounce with Warden, or it's going to eat Chariot. Chariot is first strike, so we can't send the other stuff into it. I think if they block... Well, if they block with Chariot, they just don't realize we can give it Indestructible, unless I'm the one not realizing something. But if they blocked with Warden, I think we would Blessing it away post-combat the Warden, because then our 3/5 could keep attacking indefinitely. And we should assume that it's pretty hard for an opponent to stop a 3/3 Indestructible. It would be able to keep attacking past the 3/3 first strike. So it would have just been a question of if they had another 4 power creature. Now we're on a change of plans. Even though we could get them with Plummet, if we go ahead and Warbriar's Blessing the Leonin here, we can fight off Utropia. Then we can just, like, attack with both of these. And then in future turns, we could just keep attacking with all 3. So I think that's the right play. Although I guess we can't Blessing Leonin and then fight Utropia and attack with the Leonin this turn. So we can do that post-combat. We're certainly not worried about them blocking with Utropia. If they want to trade that for our Horn Beetle, we're happy with that. So I'm going to go ahead and send these 2 creatures. I assume it's going to be Warden on Bronzehide, and that's it. And then post-combat, just go ahead and Blessing. 3/3 beats 2/2 rare, or uncommon. Good enough to be rare, though. So there's another target for Plummet, but we might as well let them maybe attempt a double block or something and then Plummet. We have plenty of mana, so I'm not worried about untapping. They very easily... I didn't Plummet end a turn because they very easily might put like both 1/2s on the 2/2, and then we get a little more of a blowout with Plummet. Or they might try and Commanding Presence the Envoy, and then we can Plummet it then. So for now, I'm going to attack with all my ground creatures. Cast the Envoy, and ship back to the opponent and see what they want to do. No reason to Plummet here earlier. There's a very good chance that Commanding Presence will go on Envoy. If it doesn't, then they're using it like defensively. Because, I mean, we can race the making 1/1s on the ground. And even that makes us rewarded for holding Plummet. Now, the 2/3 is a kind of meaningful blocker. So I think we do want to go ahead and Plummet the Pegasus end a turn here now. Not let them block with it. Ouch. I didn't see that coming. Maybe I should have, since they chose not to play Presence this turn. That might cost us this game. Now I have, like, no attacks or blocks. That was pretty bad. I mean, don't get me wrong. I didn't know they were splashing for Starlight Mantle. They're like a white-green, light-blue splash for Utropia. But that was a total blowout. I think we're going to lose now. Unless we top deck removal for this Pegasus. So I could chump with Envoy, but that just denies me the ability to grow Envoy into something big enough to block. So no real reason to do that. I think I took Surge out, but I'm not 100%. We have Apathy and Pilgrim for Apathy, so we have at least 2 outs. But nothing we can really do now except hope we hit that. I know at the very least we have Dreadful Apathy and Pilgrim, Heliod's Pilgrim, to search it out. We also have a Mystic Repeal. Not that that really shuts this down at this point. The 1/1s aren't really doing a whole lot. It'll lower the... It'll lengthen the clock. We'll knock off the Commanding Presence. How about our own Commanding Presence? Can we do anything good with that? Yes. Not great, though. If we put it on, like the Lion and pump it to 6, it can attack. They're just going to chump with the 1/1, though. We don't have any lifelink. I think we're better off just putting it on the Flyer. The Beetle will grow this turn, thanks to Pious Wayfarer. That's an interesting idea, Fanatic Guru. They don't have to kill the Lion. They could just block it with, like, Warden. But if they did kill the Lion, we could then give Indestructible to the Envoy. I think, though, the right play here is just a Commanding Presence our Envoy. Because if we draw, like, another, like, Indomitable Will or Mystic Repeal, then we can take out their Commanding Presence, and our 3/4 Flyer will stop theirs. So I think the right play here is just to chill. You know, we all know they have a Nexus Warden over here. I don't want to mess with, well, that's bad for us. I don't want to mess with the camera when this game's probably ending in a turn or two. I get why you're asking, though, Feathers, given it's blocking Nexus Warden at the moment. But there's not usually going to be 12 permanents in play on each side. See if we top deck Apathy or Pilgrim here, or if we're on to the next. That doesn't change anything. We can go to the next game. Okay, so we definitely want both plummets. As you can see, they have 3 nice flyers in play. I still don't think we want a Ragnar. It doesn't really kill any of the creatures we saw, but we definitely want the plummet. We definitely want the surge. They're going to be building big things. What do we want to take out? Yeah, we didn't see much that interacts with Gift of Strength. Gift might be okay in this matchup as well. It doesn't do anything against their scary flyers. It just comes in and pings one, and then if we happen to have drawn 5 lands and put 4 cards in the yard, it could be good. We don't mill ourselves. Chimera isn't great, but also with the Beetles, I think it's like an auto-include. I think we would rather just be able to deal with their 1 big flyer. I mean, we have Pilgrim and Apathy. We have, like, Surge, Repeal, 2 plummets. I'm not that worried about it. Given they're trying to build a big thing, I think Surge is definitely something we want in. I didn't know they were going to have that many targets. Yeah, we could cut Indomitable Will. Definitely if we're bringing Gift, that's an option. I might just want to cut these little 1/2 flyers. Try and overpower them on the ground. I want to be able to grow the Beetles, because Green-White doesn't have removal. Like, they can't really kill my creatures well. So what I actually think I want to do in this matchup is cut these Envoys, and just try and overpower them on the ground. Still have to cut a couple of cards. Repeal's pretty good. They have several good enchantments and some good enchantment creatures. I guess with all of this removal coming in, I could board out a Blessing. It doesn't kill the big things. It's an excellent card, but I guess we do have 3 copies of it. I think I'm still just taking out Gift. I don't think Gift is where we want to be at. Kind of a weird matchup. Pretty good hand, though. Yeah, 11 creatures isn't the greatest, but they don't have much removal. That's part of why we boarded this way. Did they kill a creature in, like, either game. I mean, with with a removal spell, they're a green, white, blue, like kind of do their own type of similar stuff to what we're doing deck. I don't think they're really very good at killing creatures. So I'm going to play Beetle here over Pilgrim, even though it's a little less mana efficient, because next turn I can put Commanding Presence on something. Although, to be honest, maybe that wasn't right, because I might just want to put out Hero next turn. But, well, let's see what they tutor up for now, anyway. If they tutor up Commanding Presence, then we definitely want to play Hero this turn, because if they put Presence on the Pilgrim, Hero could block it. So, and we can attack with both creatures anyway, since they just played a 1-2. So, not exactly what I was planning on happening, but we have to audible based on what they did. But now it's good. Now we can put Commanding Presence on Hero, which will give us a 4-power creature this turn. And then we can just attack with, like, everybody, right? Because if they want to trade Sunmane for either the Beetle or the Spinner, I'm pretty happy with that. And I don't mind dropping shields and letting them get a 1-1. It's not like they're going to be able to give Sunmane lifelink and put Commanding Presence on it. So we're way ahead now. So this just works out awesome for us. If they want to take 11 here and go to 3, they can. If they want to chump with Pilgrim, they can. If they want to double block one of these creatures to kill it, they can. But then I trade with Sunmane Pegasus. So there's nothing they can do here that scares me at all. This is just overpowering them with a good curve on the play. Alright, so I don't love that. They had the Plummet. But that's a good draw. So now if we play Chimera, Beetle grows. Nothing else can really attack profitably. Since we already have Sentinel's Eyes, we're missing out on the Beetle growing, but we could attack for 4 with the Beetle and Pilgrim up like Apathy to get rid of the Sunmane. And given they have Commanding Presence in hand, I think we may want to do that. Yeah, that looks like the best we can do. It's pretty important we go get our Apathy, I think. Because if they put Commanding Presence on the Sunmane and they give it lifelink, we can't race it. So we need to be able to kill it. So let's go get our Dreadful Apathy. It's not that important that we grew Beetle this turn. It was able to attack thanks to Sentinel Eyes anyway. How many enchantments do we have? We have 1, 2... That's it at the moment. So we can't use this ability yet. Plus we need 1 more mana anyway to use it in attack. I don't necessarily want to play the Apathy on the Sunmane here. This is more like protection in case they Commanding Presence it. So I think for this turn, now I'm happy to just cast Chimera. We can grow the Beetle. See if they have anything else. Looks like they did have a Surge. Okay, so there's the Commanding Presence. So now we'll be Apathying it. So this turn is pretty scripted. Since we drew a land. Oh, wait, we have Surge. Never mind, we'll Surge it. That's better than Apathying it. We won't be able to add the 3-1 to the board, but we can save Apathy for any target, where Surge may not find it, their target. May not find a 4-power creature. So, definitely going to Surge it. And then we can definitely Eyes up something. I think this 4-1, so that they can't block it with their 1-1. That makes a ton of sense. I don't really care if we trade 1-1s or not. And we have a 5-2 back to block their creature. Attack with everything. If they Sentinel Eyes, I probably won't trade my 5-2 for their 1-1. But, again, this is not really a concern. Maybe I will if I can bring Chimera back. This is escape 3. What's in our yard? 1, 2. Not 3, though. Okay, well, I don't know what they're going to have in that bag, but they're dead on board if they don't have anything. And if they do have something, it's not going to be Baneslayer Angel. So I'm pretty comfortable with apathying the 3-3 here now. I don't want to risk, if they do have, like, Return to Nature or something, that they eat the Destiny Spinner and go to 1. So we want to play Sentinel's Eyes over Leonin of the Lost Pride here. The reason for that is because of exactly what we're presenting. Now, if they have an enchantment kill, they either have to kill our creature and go to 1 instead of freeing theirs up, or they can free theirs up, but then they have to just trade it for our Chimera. They don't get to eat Destiny Spinner. So this particular turn, it was really valuable to put the Sentinel Eyes on the Destiny Spinner pre-combat to basically play around the Mystic Repeal that they ended up having. If they had a couple more points of life, I wouldn't have made that play. But given it really squeezed them, because it made it so that they could not eat Destiny Spinner, and then it became right to go ahead and play the Sentinel Eye over playing the Leonin of Lost Pride pre-combat. Thanks, Surfer Rose. I only went 3-0, y'alls, with the blue-black control deck. Because I'm just doing 3 rounds per draft, because otherwise these best of 3 drafts take forever. No Chipotle sponsorship. And that's why I'm eating Gyroville on stream and not Chipotle, right? Can't just keep giving them free marketing. No, I'm just kidding. I still eat Chipotle like every other day. Today it happened to be Gyroville. So, what do we want to do more if we draw land 3? Cast Commanding Presence on our Envoy, or cast Chimera and grow our Beetle. We don't know whether we're going to draw land next turn or not, but we can cast Envoy or Beetle this turn, and then next turn, if we draw land, we have Chimera if we played Beetle, we have Commanding Presence if we played Envoy. Yeah, I think I'm with the Beetle Chimera line. Part of the reason, if they leave their mana up, we might not want to just Commanding Presence into their open mana. Part of the reason we want to get the Beetle growing as soon as possible. The first draft, we went 3-0, 6-0. It was just, we just rolled everybody. I mean, we had one close game, but like I said, it wasn't really as close as it looked. Like, I was kind of in control as we went to 1, but they could have beaten us that game. Alright, so no land 3, so no real decisions here. We're definitely attacking them playing Envoy. That uses more mana than playing Sentinel Eye. So, they shut off that plan, but now we'll see if we get them with plan B. We'll see if we draw a land or not. Okay, we did. They're tapped out. This is definitely when you want to go for it. Maybe they have removal, maybe they don't, but either way, we'll get our 1/1 flyer. And this is like a combo. You don't want to put like Commanding Presence on like a good big creature and get 2 for 1, but this is a little 2-drop that's not going to do a whole lot if we don't enhance it. So we do want to enhance it. Unfortunately, they had the answer, so back to the drawing board. So, one of those creatures we're going to end up apathying away, maybe. We could trade Chimera for one. They do come back, but we're not really scared of Spawn's Edict ability. We've got a 1/1 token. We've got a Pilgrim. We are scared of 5/6s and 7/7s, though. They're on 5 lands. They're on 2 cards in the yard. So what should we do here? I think if we put out Chimera, we can trade it for Typhon. That one's further from coming back. They would have to have 2 more cards in the yard and 2 more mana before that can come back. And then maybe we'll try and apathy the Spawn. Well, they already played a land. But again, this is Escape 4, not Escape 3. Okay, we're going to take a hard hit here, but we're not going to chump yet. We could always chump later. Plus, we may need our body in play. So if we Sentinel's Eyes our 1/1, it's a 2/3, and then it can become a 3/4. So it could bounce with the spawn, but we can't use it to fight either of those off. We have 2 cards in the yard, so we kind of want another one in the yard so we can bring back Chimera. So I think now that they have 3 in the graveyard, and Typhon is pretty close to coming back as a 7/7, which is a lot scarier than a 5/6, I think we just want to end up apathying this Typhon here. So this turn looks like Sentinel Eyes on the 1/1, attack for 2, and then apathy the Typhon. Because we don't actually have to kill the spawn. We could just have it like bounce with this 2/2, wearing +1/+2 if we want to. Or we could kill it off and then we'll just sack Pilgrim to it if it comes back or something like that. For now, though, we're definitely not chumping with our 2/2. Yeah, it would have been acceptable to put the Sentinel's Eyes Surfer Rose on one of the smaller creatures as well. It would have still been presenting 8 and forced them to block Chimera. The only thing that would have been bad would be putting out the 3/1 instead of playing Sentinel's Eyes. So I wanted to talk about that because you would normally do that in that spot because, of course, it does more and it uses more mana. But because we were threatening exactly 7, if they had an enchantment kill, we needed to put the Sentinel's Eyes out. But it didn't really matter where we put it. Okay, so this has Death Touch, so we can't fight it or live through it. So what do we want to do here? We could play Pilgrim. What are we searching for? If we play Pilgrim, we have Hydra's Growth. We already have Apathy. We already used Commanding Presence. Doesn't look like there's anything that great. But Hydra's Growth, now that they're out of removal, could be pretty strong. Plus, I kind of need an extra card to go to the graveyard so I can bring back my 5/2. So it looks like it's right to play that. And then, yeah, we'll just go get our Hydra's Growth. And then as far as Blessing, we can't really do anything with that right now. Nothing useful. We don't want to fight this Death Toucher. Well, this turn, I think, we'll most likely just will up this Sentinel's Eyed creature and then let it bounce with Spawn. I guess we could double block the Spawn. That actually looks pretty good if they don't have anything. Because if they kill the Pilgrim, that gets us a card in the yard. Oh, but then they can bring back the Spawn and make us sack the Sentinel's Eyes creature. So that's not really acceptable. So I guess we just have to block and bounce. Yeah, but if they order the way that's bad for us, then we just kind of get wrecked. Speaking of things that are bad for us, that wasn't great. I could double block and buff the first creature, but I didn't necessarily want to kill it. Maybe it's worth doing that. Let's say they put the Pilgrim first. The Pilgrim doesn't die. I kill their creature. They bring it back. Then I have to sack the Pilgrim wearing the Indomitable Will, or I have to sack the 1/1 wearing the Sentinel Eye. I guess I free up the eyes that way, so it's not that bad for me. Remember, Knowledge Sinkhole, we weren't really trying to kill their Spawn. We're happier if the Spawn's just sitting in play bouncing with our 3/4. I'm not sure which of those lines would have been optimal in that spot. I think now what we want to do, though, well, can we even race? Because this creature has Vigilance. So I think what we want to do is Blessing the Pilgrim, fight the Triton, lose the Pilgrim. If we put Hydra's Growth on this creature, we could then attack and block Spawn. But again, then they can bring Spawn back and force us to sack it. So that doesn't really work. So for now, we just have to bring back Chimera and pass the turn. I do want to kill the Lampad, but I'm not worried about doing it this turn, and I don't want to do it for 2 mana. I want to do it on a turn where I also want to play Hydra's Growth, and this turn I think I need to bring back Chimera. This is kind of rough. Part of why I apathied the Typhon was because we weren't going to get bigger than a 7/7 anytime soon. We do want to get Hydra's Growth out and growing soon. But if we played Hydra's Growth this turn, and then we Blessing away the Lampad, I mean, I guess we still have the Pilgrim out to sack to the spawn. So if they attack with the spawn, we could eat it. We have to block if they make that play, though. So then they bring it back, killing Pilgrim. Then it's a 5/6, and we're down to our 1 creature. So this was a pretty rough turn of events. The Lampad was really bad for us. This is the opponent, not me, right? Like, is everybody there? Is the internet working? Is the stream working? Okay, I'll assume it's the opponent then. We don't really know. Hopefully they'll come back. This is a really good game. I think we're an underdog. I don't think this game is looking particularly good for us. But it is winnable. So I'm definitely hoping they come back and we can finish this game. And of course, if it's me, that's just whatever, even worse. Yeah, disconnect would suck, because this is a really good game of Magic going at the moment. Because they're not going to drain us out, because we do have the Blessing to be able to take out the Lampad. But it's going to be tough to grind through the 7/7 and the 5/6. But we have small creatures to sack. They can only recur so many times. Escape 4 and Escape 3. So this is a really, really good game of Magic. So I hope that they're not disconnected. I put the camera where I thought was the best place for it. I understand the board's getting really filled up, but where are you suggesting I move the camera to? There will be another draft after this. The plan for this week, until we get Theros best of 1, is to do best of 3, 3 drafts a night, 3 rounds a draft. Yeah, that's unfortunate. I mean, I was definitely an underdog, but as you can see, my hand is loaded with spells. I can +0/+2 things and Hydra's Growth things, and then be able to grow bigger and bounce with their stuff. And I wasn't going to get drained out because I would Blessing away the Lampad. So that was like a really good game of Magic. I'm really disappointed to see the opponent get disconnected. Not that it was their choice. It's just it was a great game, so it's pretty unfortunate. The first draft, we went 3-0-6-0. That blue-black control played out near constructed worthy. Nice job, Benjamin Nemus. Every time somebody beats a Dream Trawler in Limited, an angel gets their wings. Yeah, I don't even have a pet. I know you can't see it if I'm covering it, but that space is empty. Until they let me import a picture of Lyra and she gets to be there, no pet for me. Yeah, of course, this is a mulligan. This is much better. We have to go down a card, but now we have a Plains and a Forest and a good 2-drop. I think we just want to bin Hero. Even though we only have 1 creature, hopefully we'll draw more creatures if we're not drawing lands. Also, maybe we can just ride this Bronze Hide all the way out if they can't kill it. So, hope for the best. When they do let me import a picture of Lyra and create a little Lyra, though, then we will have a pet. Don't kill it. I guess there's almost nothing in a turn. Mire's Grasp kills it, but that's sorcery speed. Omen doesn't hit it. Red Omen does too. Don't kill it. I need my Bronze Hide. Don't kill it. I need it. It's all I've got. I need to build a giant Bronze Hide and win with it. Come on, Karan Kawi. Don't kill it. Alright, so far so good. So I do want to start growing it as soon as possible, but Arona's Blessing is a common, and I do want to take them off of that. Basically, only Final Death is going to kill this creature out of the common slot from red-black. or Libation while I don't have any other creatures, but I can't do anything about that. So I think for right now, we want to Blessing it first. And then we can Hydra's Growth it after, now that we've taken it out of Mire's Grasp and Blessing range. I understand Growth gets it out of Mire's Grasp range, but it doesn't get it out of Blessing range. They could untap and put Blessing on their Harpy and kill it if I Growth it. And given we have nothing else, and we have to ride this Lion to victory, gotta protect it from as many commons as we can. Well, Death Touch is good, but it doesn't actually stop it. Because of Indestructible. So now what we'll do is attack, because we can't tap 3 mana pre-combat, of course, or they could block it. And then post-combat, we'll put the Growth on it. Nothing does 5, right? Final Death is Exile anyway, and I do want to get the Growth going. So I think leaving up mana to give it Indestructible is kind of pointless. Obviously, there's like Drag or whatever, the uncommon that I saw 2 of in this draft is. But there's no reason to put that uncommon in their hand. If they have Final Death, whatever, we lose. If they don't, I need this Lion to race everything they can do for the rest of the game. So we have to be aggressive and start growing it and just hope for the best. Flare does do 5, that's true. So maybe this turn I should have Indomitable Willed and just left 2 up, I'm not sure. But again, we do need to get the growing going because, like, ultimately, I need to race their entire game with just this Lion. So hopefully they can't kill it. It's all we've got. 2 damage. What does 4? Oh, Final Flare. Because we did take it to 6 toughness. So they couldn't kill it with just Omen. But now they're going to Final Flare it, I assume. Boo. Yeah, maybe I should have just Indomitable Willed there and left up my mana. That may have been a misplay. Although it did require a combo. Because I did take it to 6 toughness. So Final Flare itself was actually not killing it. They had to have, like, Omen plus Final Flare in order to kill it. Yeah, Final Flare does 5, and it had 6, so I'm not sure if that was a misplay or not. Thank you, Limited Seahorses, for subscribing. No thank you, 16 Land Deck, for giving me 8. Let's go to game 2. Alright, so we didn't see flyers. They're a red-black deck. They've got removal. So we don't want Plummet. Surge looked okay. They had what out? A 5/4 that can be surged. And the Harpy is a little 2/1 flyer, but we can Blessing that away pretty easily. That doesn't make me want Plummet. I started playing Limited. I think my first draft ever was Mirage Visions Weatherlight or like Mirage Visions, I don't remember which, at Hands on Computers in like 1996 or 7 or so. I have been playing drafts consistently ever since. I have quit the Magic Pro Tour at times and not focused on Constructed or played any Constructed at those times, but I have never missed drafting a set on Arena or Magic Online or whatever was available at the time. So I've been playing Limited for about 24 years straight. 23, 24. Yeah, Spider does look decent against the Harpy. Black-Red's not going to have a ton of flyers, but this is a matchup where this card is better. Moss Viper's generally not good against Red-Black. They have, like, Red Omen. They might have Mogi's Favor. That's not really where it shines. I don't think we want to change much. We saw something surgeable, and we only saw a couple cards. We would like extra bodies, if possible, against Red-Black with removal. But we're not really that creature light, are we? We have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 10, 12, 13, 14. I mean, I wouldn't hate bringing in the Spider. You mean Bad Breath Cow, Stone Thumb? That's what it's called. It's called Bad Breath Cow. Well, I took too long, but I wasn't necessarily going to sideboard anything anyway. I was thinking about bringing out one of my weaker spells for the spider, because we saw All Harpy. I don't expect red-black to have a lot of flyers, but I do like the recursion against red-black. So I think that would have been close. For now, I can't really mull this. I need one land, and this hand is awesome. If we draw a forest, we got Envoy Presence turn 3. If we don't, then we're probably going to lose. Well, at least that can give us game. Again, we're going to see if they have removal. Hopefully they won't play a Mountain and pass, because it's going to be hard to go for it into Red Omen. However, if they play a red 2-drop, now I'll happily go for it. Pretty safe for now. If they want to Final Flare it, they have to lose their card too. It's a 2 for 2. We get our 1/1. Mire's Grasp makes it an 0/1, but we have some ways in our deck to grow it again, to give it a power so it can start making 1/1s later, even though they're not in our hand. Green-black self-mill is my favorite color combo in the format, but I really believe you can draft any color. I think this is a very balanced format. Bad Breath is kind of long. I think we should just call it like Stinky Cow. That sounds better. Let's change its name to Stinky Cow. Well, you're not always going to get to play 55 cards, but it is sweet when you do. Okay, so for this turn, we're either going to play Beetle or Blessing. I guess we want to play Blessing, or they can take it out of our hand. I know they can take Surge, but we don't even know if there'll be a target for Surge. Plus, we do want to get this thing as much toughness as we can, because that makes it as hard as possible for them to kill it. So I think we definitely want to go ahead and Blessing there. Oh, because I can't say that, Spiffy. So Stinky Cow it is. Calitosis. That's actually a good one. I like that. I'm not sure if that qualifies as a pun, but like that's good. I like that joke. Calitosis. I'm going to call it Stinky Cow because that's simpler, but I do like Calitosis. Well done. All right, no decisions here. They can trade their Harpy for our 1/1 token or not. Couldn't care less. Our Beetle wouldn't be growing, so we'll just play the better of our 2 creatures. There's discard 2. I don't think there's really discard 1, so I almost might as well just play the plains in this spot. Calitosis is good. That's about as good a wordplay as you're going to get there. That's well done. If Luis ever made a pun like that funny, I would definitely appreciate his jokes more. Yeah, let's not make too many jokes about that brute machine. I mean, I understand that you're just kidding, but a lot of that's really serious disease, and, you know, it's pretty scary. Okay, so what can we do here? If we put the Sentinel's Eyes on the Envoy, then the Beetle will grow immediately. If we put the Sentinel's Eye on one of the 1/1s, then that can attack into the 3/2. So we have 2 reasonable choices with Sentinel's Eyes. So if we play Sentinel's Eye on Transcendent Envoy, we play Beetle pre-combat. Even though the Beetle can't attack this turn, it will grow to a 3/3 immediately. If we put the Sentinel's Eyes on a 1/1, now we have a 2/2 threat. They have to take an extra point of damage this turn or trade off their 3/2 flyer for our 2/2. I think growing the Beetle has more upside, and we're pretty invested in this Envoy anyway, and we're only missing 1 point of damage. So I think we want to just go ahead and put it on the Envoy, give it that 7th point of toughness. Heck, you never know. Maybe that keeps it alive through a combination of things they could have. And even if they kill it, we only missed 1 point of damage, and we got a +1/+1 counter on our beetle. And that actually matters a lot, because now we can put the Sentinel's Eyes on the beetle, and then it can attack past the Harpy. So this actually works out pretty well for us. Like, they had the final death, but now we're going to Sentinel's Eyes on the beetle, then we attack with everything, and they have to chump block with the Harpy. So this is actually a pretty strong overall turn for us. Because their 3/2 has to literally chump block our 4/4, and they're going to 3. So that worked out pretty well, despite them having the final death. Because it's exactly 6. They can't pick off a 1/1, or they take 2 and 4, which is 6, and die. Death before dishonor, I guess. But had they chosen not to die there and block the beetle, it was going to be near impossible for them to win. They had to chump block with their 3/2 flyer, take 3 and go to 3, and then we would have had 5 creatures out. Oh, you're right. Yeah, we could have just lethaled them because I top-decked the hero. I could have just put the eyes on the hero, pumped my whole team, and then it would have been exactly 6, even if they chumped the beetle. But, I mean, they had 0 outs there. They had to, like, chump block the beetle, and then take 3 and go to 3, and I had 5 creatures to their 4 mana out of a color that doesn't even have sweepers. So, I mean, they literally took lethal rather than chump block with their 3/2 flyer. Y'all are right, though. That is lethal. If I had played the hero and put the eyes on it, I would have had lethal that turn. So, y'all are correct, but realistically, they had 0 outs. And we didn't know I was going to top deck hero, so I was too in love with myself for mapping that out 2 turns ahead, because obviously I figured that out last turn. So, like, that's why I didn't do the hero line. Even though, since I drew hero, the hero line was clearly better, because dealing them lethal is better than putting them to 3 and forcing them to chump block. I didn't have the hero the previous turn, so we had to recalculate to figure that out. Oh, yeah, the deal 4 to everything, but and that would have actually wrecked me pretty bad, so. Obviously, look, it's better to deal lethal than to be in a really good position. I'm just saying I didn't really readjust there and figure that out when I top-decked hero, which I apologize for. And good job, chat, as usual. So, we only saw the 1 Harpy. Do we want to bring in Arachnar? We're going to be on the draw, so Arachnar's a little better this game. You have a little more resources on the draw. We saw what? Red Omen, Blessing, Final Flare. I might want to take out Hydra's Growth. We're going to be on the draw. No, because they don't... oh, no, they have Final Death, too. They have a lot of removal. I mean, it is technically a punt. Obviously, it's optimal. The optimal play is to kill the opponent rather than leave them in a very bad position. Well, we ran out of sideboard time, but okay. Thank you, Toolman Taylor. Appreciate the subscription. Well, this is a good hand. 3 creatures, which is what we need against this removal heavy red-black, and 1 fight spell, which I'll be able to land at some point. Okay, so if we play the Leonin, we could block and trade, but we don't want to do that. We want to untap, play Sentinel's Eyes and Beetle, and start growing the Beetle. So that plays an aggressive game where we're racing. Our other option is to, like, play a different creature like Skirmisher to block. I think we're in a position to race. Now, we can't play the Beetle first because we only have 1 white mana, but we can play the Leonin, and then next turn we can play Beetle and put Sentinel's Eye on the Leonin, and then we're in a good position to race them. We could try and do that with Skirmisher, but we have to play an enchantment every turn forever to keep growing Skirmisher. I mean, to keep growing Beetle using Skirmisher, whereas the Leonin wearing the Sentinel's Eyes will just be a 4/2 and grow the Beetle for us. So for now, let's take it and see what they do. I don't necessarily expect this plan to work like I'm describing it, because they have a lot of removal, but at the same time, we have a handful of cheap cards. I'm not that worried about taking the 1 hit, so I figure we'll see what they do. Since they left their mana up, though, I'm not loving that line. If I go for Sentinel's Eyes, they're probably just going to kill the Leonin. I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't regret the last turn because 3 is the most power we could have put out anyway. So I'm not sure what to do now, though. I'm kind of feeling just attacking. And then I can just play, like, I don't know, a creature I don't really care about post-combat, like Skirmisher, maybe. I can't just load up here, I don't think. I mean, if they kill the creature, well, then I can't go Envoy plus... Oh, yeah, then I could go Envoy plus Blessing to take out their 3-1. I think first and foremost I'm going to attack. I'm not going to just dump and hope they don't have a removal spell. If they would have cast a creature, then I could have made the 4-2, grown the beetle, and done all of that. Since they didn't, I think I'm just going to play it this way. I'll happily trade Skirmisher for Rage Hound, and then I'm hitting them for 3 if they don't do anything. If they have a removal, they have to use it or strand their mana, which is really good for me if they strand their mana. So now I'm going to block because it's 2 for 3. Also, if they kill the Leonin after this, I'll get to exile the Rage Hound, so there's some value there. Okay, so a Death Toucher's pretty annoying, but I can start to grow the beetles now, which is nice. I'm holding the land to play around Aspect because my hand is so cheap. If they bring back the Rage Hound, no big deal. We should end up with creatures big enough to just eat a 4-2 pretty soon. If they kill the Leonin, we'll get to exile the Rage Hound, and we already have 1 card in the yard. The Leonin makes 2 to bring back the Sentinel's Eyes. So hopefully we'll be able to keep using the beetles to grow the beetles and so on. Death Touch is pretty annoying for me, though, because I couldn't fight it off with Blessing. If it was almost any other creature, I would have just done that. Okay, this works out pretty well for me, though. Now I'm going to be able to grow at least this beetle by putting Sentinel's Eyes on this one. I'm not sure if that's my best turn or not. I have a lot of options now that I drew Pilgrim. Still looks pretty good, right? If we get our beetles growing, then they can both grow each other, and that's pretty strong. So I think what we want to do here is play beetle, Sentinel's Eyes on the 3-3 beetle, because that turns it into a 4-4. So while it won't grow, it will grow the other one. I'm going to play the land now because even though it would be pretty devastating if they make me discard 2, I can spend a lot of mana on any one given turn now that I have a mana-intensive card in my hand. I chose to hold on to the land as discard protection the previous turn because my hand was so cheap that I felt like I could dump it out pretty easily. But Pilgrim's a pretty mana-intensive card. This is a 3-mana card that's going to go and let me search for another 3 or 4-mana card. So now I don't really want to sandbag lands. Okay, so now it looks like we're going to want to Pilgrim for Apathy. They're pretty much out of gas. If we take out this 4-4 Death Touch, they just have this 1 card left, and we still have plenty of gas. We can't cast it this turn, but we can take 1 more hit down to 5. So I think here's pretty easy. We'll play Pilgrim, we'll play Envoy, and we'll just tutor up Apathy to deal with their 4-4 Death Touch. Yep, I'd rather have this than Commanding Presence on the Envoy. They have Final Death, Final Flare, Red Omen. They have a lot of removal. I don't want to try and win this game by building one big threat. I want to try and win this game by removing their last good threats. Even that, we can put Sentinel's Eyes on the Beetle and then Blessing it and fight off the 5/4. So I think, assuming we have enough mana, life's pretty good right now. So 1 mana for Sentinel's Eyes, 1 mana for Blessing, and 2 mana for Apathy. So we can take out both of their good creatures here. So this looks good. We're not blessing the Hierophant. We're blessing the Berserker. So what we do here is... Oh, we only have 1 card in the yard, though. So we need Apathy to go to the yard first. So we can't do all of that this turn. So this turn... Well, we can still use Indomitable Will and accomplish the same thing, right? 4, 5... Yeah, we just have to dump both our cards, but that's perfectly fine. So let's go ahead and Indomitable Will, 4, 5, 4, 7, which beats 5, 4. Apathy on the 4/4 Death Touch, because we can't fight that. And they have no real threats now, and life is good. We could have done that without the will. I would rather have just brought back the Sentinel's Eyes and still had the will in my hand as a trick. We just didn't have 2 creatures to escape. You need 2 other cards to escape. We had exactly 2 cards counting the Sentinel's Eyes. Thanks, Pilkstaya. You know my motto, dress to impress, gotta look fresh. Okay, we still don't have 2 cards in the yard. We can pay 3 and get a second card there, but then we can't cast Hero. Is it worth it? Sentinel's Eyes lets us put them to 1, but not 0 this turn. The 0/1's going to chump the 4/7. So no, I don't think it's worth it. I think we just attack. There's nothing they can do to kill this enchantment. They could, like, sack their creature to Final Flare, but that doesn't really matter. And then, of course, we'll play our hero. Hey, what's up, Lord Tupperware? Stream is going well. How are you doing? I saw that you both made Day 2 in Grand Prix, New Jersey. Good job. How did the Day 2 drafts treat you? I was not dead to Libation if they target themselves. They don't control my Dreadful Apathy, so they could not choose to sack Dreadful Apathy, I don't think. Bears me. They can, even though it's on their creature, I still control it. So, I mean, there might be a combination that could have killed me, but it would not have been easy. Okay, so now I do want to target my hero and pump my team to ensure lethal this turn. I can't target their creature with Blessing, or mine will die. But what I can do is pay 3, because this will put the Apathy in the yard, which will give me a second card to exile to the Sentinel's Eyes. Now I can play the Sentinel's Eyes on the hero. Even if they kill the hero and the Nessian Horn Beetle, they'll still take 4 now from the Pilgrim and the Envoy. So they're just super dead. Good stuff. Second 3-0 in a row. Granted, in Game 1, our opponent got disconnected last round, so that was kind of unfortunate. And it was a really good Game 1, too. But we'll take it. We'll resign at 3-0 for the second straight draft. And on to number 3. Yeah, I mean, I know they couldn't realistically survive there. Yeah, I like the Sentinel's Eyes a lot in those green-white aggro Constellation Aura type decks. They really power up your little creatures, kind of like an equipment, while triggering your enchantment synergies, and you're not really using your escape on anything else. I don't like Sentinel's Eyes very much in most decks, but if you're like an Aura synergy without other escape, I think it can be quite good. Okay, Ashiok's Erasure is a lot fancier than it is good. I'm not saying it's bad. It's an enchantment. You have enchantment synergies. But if you bounce it to your hand, they get their spell back anyway. So then you counter something else. It's not that awesome. And the can't cast multiple copies of something is more useful and constructed than limited. I don't think Ashiok's Erasure is particularly good. I'm not saying it's bad, but I don't think it's great. Elspeth's Nightmare is great. This card is really good at annoying people. Kill a creature, take a removal out of their hand, and then exile their graveyard. That's like a 2.5 for 1 for 3 mana. Dreamstalker Manicore is good. Kills all the 1 toughness creatures very easily, and is a 3 mana 4 power creature for red-green. Eutropia is definitely the best card in this pack, but given Dreamstalker Manicore and Elspeth's Nightmare are 1 color, we might end up with a close pick. Eutropia is incredibly powerful in a blue-green aggro deck that can trigger it a lot, but again, that's a very specific deck. You have to draft a lot of enchantments, and you have to play blue and green. As far as the commons, the best commons in this pack are Blessing, Hierophant, and Witness. They're all fine cards, but they're not on par with the uncommons. So really, this is a pick between just the 3 uncommons. Like I said, the rare is good, it's okay, but it's not nearly as good as it looks. It's way more fancy than good. And then these solid commons, Witness is an auto-include in any blue deck, Hierophant's an auto-include in a black deck, and a good card in any black deck if you have Escape. Blessing is good green removal, but these uncommons are just the best cards in the pack. I think Eutropia is maybe enough more powerful than Nightmare to take. I think Dreamstalker Manicore is quite good, but worse than Nightmare. So if we're going to take a 1-color card, then it would just be Nightmare. So that lets us eliminate Manicore. Between Eutropia and Nightmare, I think Eutropia is better than Nightmare, but it's also 2 colors. So I'm not sure between Elspeth's Nightmare and Eutropia which one to take here. I agree Eutropia is pretty easy to splash. Green is pretty good at splashing in this format. That's true Mox powers, but if you only flash once and kill their 1/1 toughness creature for free, there's a lot of value there. And if it's a 3 mana 4/2 that like turns on your 4 power matter stuff in red-green, there's a lot of value there too. And in red-black, you frequently have a lot of removal, so a high-power, cheap creature is exactly what you want. So don't sleep on Dreamstalker Manicore. I think Dreamstalker Manicore is very good in almost every red deck. Remember, it's not that important that you ping every turn. It's important that you ping off 1 toughness creatures. I agree that Dreamstalker Manicore is not as good as Nightmare. Like I said, I can definitely, rule it out here. The best card in this pack is Eutropia, and it's gold, and Nightmare is the second best card in the pack, and 1 color. So this is a pick between Eutropia and Nightmare. But Dreamstalker Manicore is excellent. Like I said, red-black full of removal wants a cheap, high-power creature. Red-green gains things from having a 4-power creature. Pinging is not that important to do every turn. It's very valuable to do once or twice when you want to take out a 1-toughness creature. So don't sleep on this card. This is the 3rd best card in this pack here. But I think it's a close pick between Eutropia and Nightmare, with Manicore in 3rd. Ben did get a haircut. Thanks, Drunk Owl. Like I said, if you follow my content, my life, my Magic career, if there's one thing I live by, dress to impress, gotta look good, No, I'm just kidding. I haven't gotten a haircut for like 2 months, and I just always get it cut short so that I don't have to get a haircut for another 2 months. I actually couldn't care less what I look like. So, blue-red is fine. I don't think you go all in on the archetype. You just draft the good cards, and then you get some synergy. I didn't do it myself. Sports clips. So yeah. I definitely think Eutropia Nightmare is close. I think Nightmare is the right pick. I know Eutropia is a lot more flashy, but Nightmare is just 1 color and good in any kind of deck. I think it's the right pick. Sorry to disappoint. I know Eutropia is a lot more flashy, but it's like I always say, I draft in these drafts the same as I would in the Pro Tour, and Elspeth's Nightmare is the card I would take if I open this pack in Pro Tour Phoenix next week. Okay, so now I think we're not going to consider a Harpy, so we have to take a non-black card anyway. If we have to take a non-black card, it's a pretty easy Devourer of Memory, I think. Devourer of Memory is really, really good. I don't know what to say about this card other than it puts cards in your yard for your escape and digs up escape things while being a 3-power unblockable creature for 2 mana. Of course, it's a gold card, so there's a little bit lower of a chance we play it than if we took a 1-color card. But our first pick was black anyway, and I think Devourer is enough better than One with the Stars to take. Yeah, but remember, we're not guaranteed to play black, Organic Chicken. So if this was pick 5 and we had 4 good black cards, then a blue-black gold card and a blue card are the same because we're guaranteed to play black. But imagine we took a blue card and then we saw a white card this pick, and then we saw a blue card and a white card, we would drop Nightmare. So Devour pick 2 when we're not locked into black is still a gold card. That said, Prophecy is just fine card drawing and not anywhere near as good as Devourer. And the One with Stars is solid removal, but again, not anywhere near as good as Devourer. So I took the Devourer. But it's important to remember, that concept applies, like, if we were 100% to play black. At this point, we might not play black. We have 1 black card. Here, it's a pretty easy Typhon. Aspect is fine. Enemy of Enlightenment is fine. These cards are not on the power level that Typhon is. That sounds like Ben, Skrilla Gorilla. Yeah, so this is just Typhon by a lot. This is going to be a drafting the hard way. The last 2 drafts, we just got put right into the same colors every pick. Not this draft. We have to take a 3rd color card here, pick 3. Typhon is too much better than those other cards. Okay, here's an easy pick, Mire's Grasp. Mire's Grasp is one of the best commons in the set. It's super efficient. It has a lot of synergy. Black is the color we're most looking to right now. Now we have a hard pick. Second Devourer or Binding of the Titans. We cannot take... I'm not a big fan of Agonizing Remorse. It's a grindy format, so the card is fine. It's not like you get run over very much, Lord Tupperware. But also, the games go late, and it's just a dead card in the late game. Similar to how Thoughtseize is bad in the Jund Mirror, because it's great when you Thoughtseize their Lily or their Tarmogoyf on turn 2 or 3, but if every game is going to be grindy and go late, then Thoughtseize becomes a dead card on turn 5 or 6 plus. That's kind of how Agonizing Remorse is in this format. I'll play it if I'm short 2s. I'll play it if I really want to fuel my escape, but I'm not a very big fan of it because a lot of games go late, and it's just such a bad draw on turn 6 plus. So now we have a pick between Devourer of Memory and the Binding of Titans. Black-green Self-Mill we're well-positioned to do, which is one of the best archetypes. Devourer number 2 is really strong as well. Both of these cards are excellent in black-green or black-blue, respectively. The argument for Binding is just it's a black-green gold card, basically. We already have Typhon, the best escape creature. We have Removal, Elspeth's Nightmare is grindy. Binding would be a perfect fit into our black-green grindy Self-Mill deck. Devourer is better in black-blue than Binding is in black-green, but I mean, this is a 5th pick Binding, that's a Typhon that we got late. I'm not really sure here. I agree Devourer could be splashed. We probably wouldn't splash it if we didn't get any free fixing, like just Binding isn't enough. But if we come out with an Omen and a Caryatid, then we can definitely splash Devourer and use all of our cards. This is definitely a really hard pick. This is a pick where I want the draft voting for. And I wouldn't blame anybody. If you took any card out of this pack, besides the Binding of the Titans or Devourer of Memory, I would look at you kind of weird. But you could take either of these 2 cards. If somebody was drafting for me, I wouldn't care that much whether they took Devourer or Binding. It's a really close, hard pick. Yeah, I mean, the best green common 3rd means you're probably seeing green. And then a single green color green card 5th means you're almost definitely seeing green. No, I don't, Surfer Rosa. I trust my chat with anything. Y'all are the best. Think about how often my chat is right and points out things I miss and has good insight. Devourer is great in multiples. That is a good point. Because if you activate 1, that powers up both. And we could still even get more. It is only pack 1. So many people saying Binding. A bunch of Devourers, too. It's pretty split. Which makes sense. It's a really close, hard pick. Well, I appreciate it, Nixius. Devourer does get better in multiples. That is true. Alright, I'll go with the second Devourer here. So unfortunately, the only good cards in this pack really is Slaughter Priest and Commanding Presence. The two colors we're not looking at. We're not red and we're not white. Deny the Divine should be pretty good if we go a blue-black kind of aggro-y deck, though. And, I mean, there's no green cards or black cards really otherwise, and we're not looking at red or white. Alright, I think we can just grab Aspect here. It's not great, not horrible, but we're not hurting for 2-drops. We already have 2 Devourers. I think we are going to try and draft a more aggressive blue-black with what we have so far. Our cards are cheap, and we have 2 really aggressive 2-drops. But there's plenty of time to pick up Temple Thieves and other mediocre 2s should we need them. Aspect's a good card. Don't know if I would play Fruit of Tizurus, even if we end up blue-black aggro. Maybe with these Devourers to mill ourselves, if we don't get other escape cards. But otherwise, what would we take? Like Final Flare? I mean, pretty committed to double Devour of Memory, so I guess this makes sense. Throw it in the board. So now we can take Wave Rider. If we are going to end up with a more aggressive blue-black, then this could be a good card. It's a 4-mana 3/3 flyer a lot of the time. If we go anywhere besides blue-black, it's going to be black-green, so we'll consider that. If we go blue-black with this deck, like it looks like we're doing, we are not particularly interested in Eidolon. This is going to be a 16-land aggro deck, not a control deck like the last time, so now I will grab Agonizing Remorse. So, Chain is actually good if you're pressuring them. If you force them to block, and then you give a creature -4/-0 and get a trade, and Scry 2, that's a big game. The reason Chain is we tabled the binding, that's just silly. Somebody phone WotC and let them know that black-green in this format is about self-mill, and the bots need to take Binding of the Titans. I'm going to take it. We have Binding and Typhon and a mediocre Forerunner. We have a couple of blue cards, 2 Devours, so we can still play black-blue or black-green at this point. Unfortunately, we cannot play red for Phoenix. This card is excellent. It's not S tier, but it is A tier. It is a broken rare. It's a threat that's recursive, kills people out of nowhere, forces them to answer it. That said, this is an easy pick for us. We don't know if we're black-blue or black-green, but we know we're black. The best card in this entire pack is Elspeth's Nightmare, and we know we're black. So, Elspeth's Nightmare for us. Well, second best card in the pack, behind the Phoenix. But we can't play the Phoenix. But if we were black-red, I would take Phoenix over Elspeth's Nightmare. So, let me make sure I say that correctly. So, this doesn't actually work that well with these, right? It'll pump them, but after they've already dealt damage, and after they've already died if they took one. So, Towering Wave Mystic could be an okay 2-drop for us, but it doesn't actually synergize with Devourers, right? Witness is a pretty good 5-drop, and our curve is nice and low. Funeral Rites does synergize with Devourers. It mills 2, so it pumps them and draws cards. But I do think Witness, as a nice flying top end, if we're going to try and be a blue-black aggro deck, is where we want to be. Do we want to consider green-black splash the Devourers? Because there is a Caryatid, and we did get that binding back. But I guess if we did play green-black splash blue, we'd still want to splash Witness, probably. I agree. Witness is a good curve topper for this deck. We're actually trying to kill them with damage. Now we have a tough pick. Third Elspeth's Nightmare or Mire's Grasp. Elspeth's Nightmare is better than Mire's Grasp by a small amount, in my opinion. But I think third one, it is somewhat situational. And just exiling the graveyard is redundant, and they might not draw 2 2-power creatures. So I'll absolutely play 3 Elspeth's Nightmare in a deck, but it's not a card that gets better in multiples. It's a card that gets worse in multiples. So I think we just go with Mire's Grasp. Now, if Mire's Grasp was not in this pack, I would snap take Nightmare. I would play 3 Nightmares over a Whirlwind Denial or a Mantle, no problem. But I think if this was the last pick of the draft and we had no Nightmares or no Grasps, I think Nightmare's only a small amount better than Grasp. And given Nightmare has pretty heavy diminishing returns because they might not draw more than 2 power, you're not going to get a second real spell out of their hand, and exiling the graveyard twice isn't double exiling. I think Mire's Grasp is a pretty clear pick over Nightmare number 3. And then there's Nightmare number 4. And this time it's not over anything. So I guess we are going to end up with 3 Elspeth's Nightmares after all, anyway. So this is not a deck that particularly wants Itchy Fish. Like I said, we're more of an aggro deck. That said, we could always stop something, hit them for 3 in the air, then play Witness, gain life. So, I mean, I'm going to take it because it's over Libation and a 5-drop that's pretty bad when we already have a good 5-drop. But I don't know if we're going to play it or not. It just depends on how many spells we get. So Elite Instructor, that works pretty well with this, right? Oh, no, it's Graveyard from Library. So if you discard a card, that doesn't trigger these. Never mind. So we'll just grab Stern Dismissal, since this is a somewhat aggressive tempo-y type deck. Still don't want a lot of Stern Dismissals, but the first one's pretty good. Additionally, since we have a good curve and kind of a tempo deck, Charger should be good in our deck, and we don't have much escape, so I'm happy to pick that up. I think I'm even happy to pick up a second Charger. We can mill ourselves, Grasp goes right to the yard, Nightmare goes to the yard a couple turns after we play it, and we have no other escape of any kind except these Chargers. So I think I'm happy to have 2 Charger here. Yeah, I think the bots just don't know that Binding of Titans is a good card. Black Omen's fine in this deck, but I think I would rather have Chargers. Remember, we're drafting like a blue-black tempo, not a blue-black control. We have these unblockable 2-drops. We've got a bunch of cheap spells. This is a 3/3 flyer. We're pretty good at triggering it. These are recursive threats, but they're really aggressive. This is really a different blue-black than the last one. This is a blue-black, like, tempo-type deck, whereas the last was an ultimate control deck. Even though they're the same colors, they're very different decks. Yeah, Goal should be fine in this deck. I think the green ship has sailed. Now I think we might want to Wave Mystic. If we mill ourselves, we're pretty happy about that. We have double Charger to mill and fuel. And we could use another 2-drop. We haven't gotten a single other one yet. Now I'm going to grab Starlight Mantle. That's pretty good if you're pressuring them with cheap creatures as well. Oh, that's awesome. Subscribe. Good luck in Brussels. Hope that the Theros drafts treat you well and that you feel good about Pioneer. I don't think these cards matter. I'll tell you a card that does matter. Woe Strider. Definitely a good card. Not super broken, but a nice first pick black card. We already have some ways to mill. We have Devourers and Towering Wave Mystic. We don't have too much escape, though we do want to watch it since we have the 2 Chargers. But Woe Strider is a Windmill Slam here. It's a nice cheap card for a cheap blue-black aggro-ish deck. Okay, this card isn't good. Treacherous Blessing. There are no good blue or black cards in this whole pack. Yeah, I guess I'm going to take a Towering Wave Mystic. Now that we have, two Chargers and a Woe Strider, we're pretty happy to mill ourselves. This card is not great. I would not want to second pick it, but there's really just no cards in this pack. Nah, 3-mana draw 3 with that drawback is just not that exciting, honestly. But with double Wave Mystic, double Devourer, hopefully we can mill ourselves pretty well, because we're grabbing a 3rd Charger for our aggro deck. It's over nothing. We don't really have a choice. This pack's going very poorly after the Woe Strider. So I normally don't play Sleep of the Dead, and we have too much escape that I might not play it. But this is the deck it would be good in. We can tap their thing, Wave Mystic, mill 2 more cards, tap more later. Otherwise, there's what? The Drain, which we're not going to play, and Eidolon, which we're not going to play. So I'm going to grab it, but this pack's going very poorly. Until 3rd Devourer of Memory. This card gets better in multiples. This card is near busted in our deck. I'm pretty happy about this pick. The Woe Strider was an awesome pick. Then we had 3 picks in a row that I was pretty unhappy with. But now there's 3rd Devourer of Memory. I'm happy with that. Mogi's Favor over nothing. Definitely want Hierophant. We have a lot of escape. And Hierophant triggers these Devourers. Hierophant is excellent in our deck. This is a really nice pickup. Now we have to look at our curve and decide whether we want Aspect number 2 or Temple Thief. Because this is towards the end of the draft, and we are an aggro deck. So let's check if we have enough 2-drops. 3, 4, 5. So we have 5, which is right about the minimum for a deck like this. We're not hurting for them, but we could use one more. Aspect, let's take a look at our curve. Hierophant, Aspect, Wave Rider. But that's it. Our curve's pretty good. 3 4s and 1 5. I think we want the 2-drop more than the second aspect, though. Not sure that either is going to make our deck. Similarly, I don't expect Agonizing Remorse number 2. We already have 1 in our board, or Omen number 1. I don't expect either of these cards to make our deck. I think we're more likely to board in the Remorse, so I'll grab that. These cards don't matter. These cards don't matter. These cards don't matter. We're not going to play 2 Chains. We're probably not even going to play 1. Sorry, 2 Chains. Okay, so this is a 16-land deck, so let's go to 8-8. As you can see, we have a nice low curve, which ends around 4 and 5, and not even very many cards that cost 4 or 5. Omen is good with self-mill, but I'd rather just have creatures and hit my curve. I don't think we're looking to buy back any creature that badly with this deck. So we need to cut 2 cards. We end up with a lot of 3s. We have double Mire's Grasp. I think we can cut this like Itchy Fish that's not very good for aggressive decks. I want to play all the 2-drops. I think the Mantle will probably work out. I think we just cut Chain. I think the Vexing Goal is pretty good in this deck. Normally it's not good because, again, you're not aggro, but we're a pretty aggressive blue-black. I think Wave Rider's also pretty good. Let me make sure we can trigger it, but a 3/3 flyer can finish a game. Witness, Aspect, oh, all 3 Elspeth's Nightmares. That's a lot of ways to trigger it. Grasps. We have like 10 enchantments to cast or something. Wave Strider's good in this deck. I would never cut Elspeth Saga from a deck. Like, I would play a 4th if we had it, but the card does have diminishing returns. So you want to draft them lower and lower and lower. Like, I think the card is a little bit better than Mire's Grasp, but we already had 2, so I took Mire's Grasp over it. We just happened to get a 3rd out of a pack with nothing in it. So basically, if a card gets worse in multiples, but it's still good, just draft it lower. Doesn't mean you cut it, though. Yeah, Aspect's still a good curve topper. I mean, get those last 2 cards out of their hand. We're ahead. It's not at its best in this deck, but I think it's offering us more than anything from in our sideboard at the moment. Alright, so I think the right one to play first here is the Wave Mystic. Milling us is really good. We have a lot of escape. You can see we have 1 escape card in our hand, but we also have plenty more in our library. So we'll hit ourselves. We're definitely going to mill ourselves with this much escape. And then at this point, I don't think we're activating Devourer, so I'd rather just put out a 2-drop that I'm happier to trade. Thank you, Lukiva. Appreciate the generous donation. Thank you for supporting my stream. I have done that before, Mac, but thank you. Yes, that's easier than counting, like I was doing. Okay, so I'm going to tackle both. If they do something, even if I can mess it up with Mantle, I probably won't, because I want to get Woe Strider out. But if they take the 4, I'm not going to play Woe Strider into counter, into deny. I'll just probably play like a Devourer, because that's a lot weaker of a card. So first and foremost, let's go to combat. Attack. If they take the 4, we're milling ourselves. I don't care if they deny the Divine one of these Devourers, so I'm going to play that. Looks like they had Thirst. Hopefully they don't have Shatter the Sky. With how far behind they are here, I doubt they can win this game without a sweeper. But if after drawing cards like this, if they now sweep the board, we're going to have to claw back into this. I mean, we have plenty of recursive resources. We've milled 4 cards. We have an escape creature. But, of course, if they 3-for-1 us and clear the board, things get tough. Okay, so now we can resolve Woe Strider, but that's not an enchantment creature, so it kind of stops our team. So it's not great for us. I could activate the Devourer, but that's only going to let me hit with just that. I could attack with everything in Starlight Mantle, whatever they block. We'll still be up 2 creatures on board. But given Woe Strider attacks profitably into the Wave Rider anyway, I think for now we want to resolve it, see what they do this turn. So that's a pretty annoying card. As far as them grinding back in, that's going to gain them 2 life and give them an 0-4. But the 0/4 just bounces with one of our many creatures, doesn't blank us, so it's not that bad. Well, Heliod's super scary, but they are pretty far behind, so hopefully we still win this game. Okay, so they have a lot of cards in hand, so Aspect is on exciting. Now we can use 4 mana and play Mantle and Devourer, so I'm pretty sure we're just attacking with everything. Not the GOAT, because, well, it's an 0/1. Whatever they block, I'm going to end up mantling. And then I'll just play Devour. This way we trade off their only creature, which is important since they have Heliod. Deal them a ton of damage, and we break even on board because we're going to even add a second creature to the board anyway. So this is a good turn for us. And we definitely have to be aggressive because we're playing against Heliod. But I don't really care about 2 for 1-ing myself. Like I said, we're pretty far ahead. That's not to say with Heliod they can't get back in this. Heliod's lifelink is near impossible to race. So hopefully we can put them away. Yeah, we could scry and sack the 0/1. Do we have any good cards? Like, what happens? What are we looking for? If we Mire's Grasp the 2/3, that might be pretty strong. But we can't draw a Mire's Grasp and a land in one card. And then, so if we Mire's Grasp the 2/3, 0/4 on 3/2, 1/3 on 2/1, they take 4. That's not great for us. They're on 3 white. They're going to lose the birth, but they're going to get a +1/+1 counter. It's really not great for us. The Black Saga would be a pretty good draw. But we already milled 2, so we only have 1 left. Because, I mean, remember, we already have stuff to spend our mana on, so I'm not sure what we're trying to scry up this turn. Do we have any sick outs? I think I'm just going to draw. Alright, that card might have a lot of potential. At the very least, we can finish off Sunmane post-combat. But what else can we potentially do with that? I think... if we put Mogi's Favor on Sunmane, it can't block Thief. They can trade Oracle for Thief, and then Sunmane for, like, one of our creatures. That works out pretty well for us. The problem is if they don't block with the Sunmane, then they'll grow it and give it lifelink, and that'll be a nightmare. So we can't really do that. So I think I'm just going to attack. If they block the Devourer with the Thassa's Oracle, we can mill ourselves, and we still have 1 mana left for Favor. I assume they'll make some block like this, and then what we're going to do is just finish off the Sunmane with the Mogi's Favor. We want to get rid of this lifelink white creature, given they have Heliod out, and it's their creature with the most power. So even though this doesn't look great for us, and it's not, now we're going to use Mogi's Favor to finish off Sunmane, and then we can Vex and goal end of their turn. So this is, I'm pretty sure this was the best we could do. Still have plenty of cards left. We'd rather mill ourselves than them. Mogi's Favor away the Sunmane. Oh, we can just buy it back and kill the Thassa's Oracle too. That's sweet. Get rid of all their creatures with some power that could attack us and gain life. Too bad. If we had enough mana, we could finish off this wall as well, but that's not an option. Yeah, Mogi's both. Look at Mogi's doing work. I knew I liked this card. Okay, so for now, if they give this lifelink and hit us for 2, can we do anything about that? Not really. This isn't a great turn to cast things because they have their mana up again, and we have a flash creature. So I think we're going to chill for now. They've represented a counter, Deny the Divine, 2 different times this game, so there's a pretty good chance they have it. Obviously, I don't care if they counter Vexing Goal into their turn. I just wanted to not play it into their open mana last turn. So there's the Deny that we knew they had. Now, hopefully, we'll resolve Aspect and get the rest of the cards out of their hand. I don't care about gaining life. I'm still at 20. So I'm going to put Aspect on the Goat, because if they bounce it in response or something, that's the creature I want them to kill, and then I can sack it to the Woe Strider. I know it's tempting to put Aspect on one of your better creatures, but this is a game where they're at 7 and have a Heliod, and I'm at 20. I really couldn't care less about my life total. So I'm going to try and get the last 2 cards out of their hand here by Aspecting on my Goat. This way, if they have a bounce spell or something, they have to use it on an 0-1 that's doing nothing. I assume they're not holding too much, but you might get a sorcery speed removal like Revoke or something. Still can't attack here yet, but now they're empty-handed. We can try and finish them with Devour. We can put Mogi's Favor on Woe Strider. We have some pretty good options. Okay, so I don't want to let them gain life. So what I'm going to do here is block with the Goat and then sack it to the Woe Strider. This way they don't trigger Heliod, they don't gain life. 5 is the exact amount of mana we need to bring back any Chargers, to cast Devour and Mogi's Favor, or to cast Devour and use it. So we'll bottom a land. We don't need that. Think we just want to try... Well, if we put out Underworld Charger 2, I think putting out... I'm not sure if it's better to activate Devour and put out Devour, or if it's better to put out Underworld Charger and Devour. Thanks, Cam. Appreciate that subscription. Love that first subscriber badge. Thank you for supporting my stream for the whole 13 months of my streaming. Yeah, we probably need to get aggro, so we probably want to go Devour here. It's especially good how they work in multiples, given one Devour can pump both of them and make them both unblockable next turn. So if they gain 2, they're at 6, which means they die to double Devour, even without us top decking a land. So unless they top deck something, like a bouncer removal, they're dead on board now. And we can actually deal them even more. If we just draw a land, then we can deal them an additional 2, right? We already have lethal on board if they don't top deck something. They gain 2 and go to 6. We activate one of these and hit them for 6. Woe Strider sack another creature, so you can't sack it to itself. So, no blocks. So, we can cast Hierophant. If they have a counter, it's a lot worse for us. If they don't, but they have like a bounce or removal, it's a lot better for us. Because they still have to use a bounce or removal on Devour, and then we have a 3/3 Death Touch to trade off with their growing 3/6. That said, we can do those in future turns. I'm pretty sure they just drew Omen, so there's not a lot of bounce or removal they could have drawn here. There's like Stern Dismissal if they have that. Triumphant Surge isn't going to work. Apathy is sorcery speed. There's plenty of counters in this format, so I think we want to just activate Devourer here. Yes, Hierophant triggers Devourer. That's why I was saying if we play the Hierophant and they don't have a counter, it's considerably better for us. But if they counter it, we don't have mana to activate the Devourers, and we basically don't even have an attack. So this way, we play around a counter. We're a little worse against, like, Stern Dismissal, but that's not even a card every blue-white control deck is necessarily going to play. And counters, I mean, they already played one Deny the Divine, so we know the opponent probably likes them. And there's multiple common counters. It is true that they're less likely to top a counter here because they'd be dead. But did they even top anything? They might have just bottomed and then taken whatever was there. I gotta use the bathroom, and I don't think we really need a sideboard. I'll be right back. Hey, it looks like we timed that one perfectly. The deck's doing pretty well. I mean, that was game one with it, I think. We haven't lost a match yet tonight, though. Yeah, but those were two other decks. This is our third draft. I washed my hands. They're clean. I appreciate how much y'all are worried about my health. So, Temple Thief or Towering Wave Mystic. We want to mill ourselves. We know they're going to get an 0-4. That can block the Thief. We could theoretically drop Mogi's Favor on it. Oh, we also have Elspeth's Nightmare to kill it. So I think we want to play the Mystic, because there's a decent chance we'll be able to mill ourselves. Milling ourselves has a lot of value with this deck. We have Double Charger, Mogi's Favor, and Woe Strider. So there's Heliod again. Obviously, it's a sick card. Nothing we can do about it. But let's kill that wall so we can attack and mill ourselves, and then hopefully we can get a spell out of their hand. Go about our business. Wow, well, that's combos on combos on combos. I can't say I'm loving life. So they have Thassa's Oracle, Vexing Goal, and Elite Instructor. Don't think there's too much we can do. This is definitely going to be a tough one. Thank you, UFK Han 97. Appreciate that subscription. Alright, so what happened? They did not attack, but they added another 2/2, and they've still got their 4/5 back. Any trade is a good trade right now, but if we put the Mogi's Favor on the Charger, I would be happy to trade it for the Laguna Band Storyteller. I wouldn't be happy to trade it for the Elite Instructor. Meanwhile, we could just play another Elspeth's Nightmare, get rid of the Elite Instructor that way. Probably makes more sense. Because we can't force them to trade the Storyteller for us, and these things take time to get going. And like I said, when they have Heliod out, the only way you can really beat them is to run them out of creatures. So at that point, any trade is pretty much a good trade for us. Especially, there's not much value in saving to kill an 0/4, because that can't attack, so they can't gain life every turn with their 0/4 and grow things. Okay, so Underworld Charger can come back, so do we want to chump block with it? We don't have enough lands yet, but we'll draw them sooner or later. What is it doing for us sitting in play as an 0/1? Nothing much. But we could chump block later when the Laguna Band Storyteller is a little bit bigger. And this game isn't ending anytime soon, sadly. So I don't think there's a reason to chump now as opposed to later. So we'll wait a little bit. Okay, so this turn, we want to play Wave Rider. If we attack with Mystic and they block, we can mill ourselves. That's a good thing. I might not be able to kill them. They're just going to gain so much life. I wonder if I have to start milling them and try and deck them. They have already searched out a couple extra cards and Elite Instructed, and with Heliod, they're just going to be at infinite life. I hate to have to mill them with my aggro deck. Control decks are a lot better at that. But I'm not sure there's another way I can win, because I can't kill the Storyteller. It's just going to grow and grow and grow. I guess if I could Starlight Mantle the Wave Mystic, and then I could finish off the wall with the Favor. I think I'm going to have to mill them and do that. I don't really know how I can win this game, because they're just at infinite life because of Heliod, which is one of the grossest cards ever. But they're nowhere near turning it on. Birth of Meletis is about to leave, so they have 2 Devotion. So the hope is that I can deck them with this Towering Wave Mystic or something like that. I don't really know. This is a bad situation. But it does mill equal to its power, so now that we've grown it, it's milling for 3. I do think I need to deck them. Like I said, they're at effectively infinite life. So, not really sure what else I can do. Yeah, that's potentially the plan next turn. I mean, we're hoping we draw something so that Vexing Goal can't really just block the Mystic. Every mill is pretty big if we're milling for 3 to 5. We do have a second Wave Mystic in our deck, too. So we can't stop them from bringing out Goal and trading with Mystic, but at the very least, we're going to mill 5 cards here and force that trade. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to stop the flyer, so this is fairly decent for us. And if they take it instead to try and race, then we'll get another mill for 5 in next turn if this is able to connect again. So I assume we'll see a trade. Mill them down to 17 cards. Of course, now that the mill is over, we've got our work cut out for us. But at the same time, we've answered their only flyer. We have plenty of little ground blockers. Well, by plenty, I mean 2, but there's more in the deck as well. Now that they don't have a flyer, I'll take it here. Like I said, I can always chump next turn or something. Itchy Fish wouldn't even really work that well, because it keeps the counters. It would only shrink this by a little bit. I mean, of course, this is a rough game for us, no doubt about it. Can we get up to enough power to trade with this? I wouldn't even care if I, like, 4-for-1 myself, but I don't think it's possible. 3, 5, 7, 9, and it's going to keep growing. Yeah, we just can't get there. So this turn we can chump it with Temple Thief, so we'll just put out Wave Strider to stop the Naiad. Oh yeah, Heliod is S tier, banned from limited level. You're seeing the reason why. You never have to turn this card on for it to win you the game. This is a card I looked at and I was like, wow, this card is just super broken. Because you know the gods are kind of hard to turn on in limited. So the whole key is how do they perform like when they're not on. And 3 mana and not impact the board is a lot less punishing than 4 or 5 mana and not impact the board. And this static ability can win the game all on its own. Heliod is incredible. I have it as the 4th best rare, I think, after the big 3. Ashiok, Kiora, and Dream Trawler. Okay, so now they're at 50, so we know we're not attacking them. We have to deck them. Can't really do anything. Creatures that don't block don't help us. I want to activate Devourer because we might find Woe Strider, assuming they're still decking first, which they are. They're at 14. I don't think we're realistic to successfully deck them. We have to answer this Laguna Band Storyteller. We can't chump block for another 12 turns. I think that we have a Hierophant, but I milled it. Yeah, there's the Hierophant. I mean, this is looking extremely bad. I'm just saying there's no way we were going to kill them with damage. I mean, look, they're at 49. They're about to gain, like, 9 more and go to 58. Killing them with damage was hopeless. We do have Stern Dismissal, which can reset it, and then we do have Deny the Divine. That's true. Very astute UFK Han 97. We also have Woe Strider, which we can escape easily, and that can buy us some time. And we can afford to mill ourselves. We're enough ahead on cards, so we'll mill ourselves looking for Woe Strider. Alright, I don't want to show them any more cards. Now they have a flyer too. We're dead. I agree, Galgamation. If they didn't add Sunmane and we drew Stern Dismissal or Woe Strider, that game was pretty far from over. So that's why I hadn't conceded yet. After they added Sunmane and we bricked this turn, yes, we could concede for sure. Okay, Libations probably want to come in along with Agonizing Remorses. We kind of want to attack their resources, try and run them out of stuff. We're going to be on the play. More of an aggro strategy could work. Starlight Mantle looks pretty bad. They don't target our stuff much. Mogi's Favor looks pretty bad. They don't really have 1 toughness creatures, even though it performed well once or twice. Right, Libation has a shot to get Heliod, or just to get their only creature. If Heliod's an enchantment, but they only have 1 creature out, we can always just Libation, Libation them for creature, so. So game 3 on the play, we got a good hand, I like that. 2-drop, 3-drop, and then we're 1 land away from our 2/4s. And even if we get stuck on 3, our deck has a pretty low curve, so we're going to draw at least cards we can cast. No choices. Even though these work well in multiples, we'd rather not have to sink our mana into them in the early game. We're going to spend more mana on a card that costs more and has the same amount of power. I mean, if they play Heliod, it's going to be more like Game 1 than Game 2. I'm not saying whether we'll win or lose, but we're on the play with a good curve, as opposed to last game where they were on the play and kind of made us stumble. So now they left their mana up. We've seen Deny the Divine out of them. So I'm going to attack, see if they do anything. I'm not going to just slam Hierophant pre-combat. If they take it, I'm going to pass to them, and I have Vexing Goal. If they bring out their own Vexing Goal, I'm just going to let them trade with my Devourer and then play Hierophant. Trades benefit us. Taking creatures off play weakens Heliod. And this way we can use all our mana, get a nice 4-drop in play. Rinse and repeat next turn if they try and leave their mana up again. We want to get out in front of counters and make Deny bad, and we know they have it in their deck. Also, if they ever take a turn off to lay Heliod, we can dump more stuff out. Okay, so what do we want to do? The 3/3 Death Touch can attack. The 3/3 is getting stopped by the 2/5. We could bounce it, but we could always do that later as well. But we are getting further ahead. So bounce the 2/5, hit for 6, and then play Vexing Goal looks pretty good. And I think we are trying to play a tempo game. So this has to be the right play in this spot, I think. I'm going to pass, of course. If they want to deny the Divine my Vexing Goal on their turn, I couldn't really care less. I think it's better to put out the Flyer here. Uses more mana. And again, if they deny it, who cares? We hit for 6 and play Devourer anyway. So let's see what they have. Alright, they've got the Itchy Fish. Shut off the Charger for now. No real decisions here. They still have 5 cards in hand. I don't care about lifelink. So we just want to add to the board. Hooray! We beat Heliod Control. Running hot tonight. These games are sweet. This really is a good format. I think it's like, you know, M20 and then this for as far as the standard sets go. I like this format a little more than Throne and War and the other ones, which were all honestly pretty good limited formats. Whatever Watsy's doing over there, designing the commons and uncommons for limited. Sage of the Falls. Which card is that? I'm not sure I know which one that is. I don't even think Heliod would have really helped them that game. They couldn't really keep creatures in play to be giving lifelink and race. Ixalan was atrocious. M19 wasn't good. It wasn't atrocious. Rivals wasn't good, but it wasn't atrocious. Been pretty happy with the limited formats lately, I gotta say. Whenever an enchantment enters the battlefield under your control, you can become a copy of it. Okay, don't care. Become a copy of another creature. They can make a Devourer. It's not really a concern of ours. Yeah, GRN wasn't great because of how bad green was. If Celestia and Golgari had been playable, that would have been a good format. But they kind of punted there. That's a good point, Ball Drifter. Like, Guilds had some good aspects to it. They just missed on green too badly. Definitely agree, Dr. Goldhead. This format would definitely gain a nice bump if that card was moved to Mythic on Arena or something like that. Okay, for now, I'd rather use 3 than 2 anyway, and they left their counter mana up, so this is an easy pass the turn. If they go to mill themselves, I'm just going to flash in the goal. Similarly, if they play that card, I'm just going to flash in the goal. But, well, I guess they don't really have a choice, right? It's look at the top 2 right now and then put them both in your hand. Let's pretend they were looking at any more cards and then choosing. We would probably want to set a stop, let them resolve Thassa's intervention, and then play the goal. But in this case, they just played it to draw 2, so we'll just flash out the goal while they're tapped. What are the requirements for limited format to be good? Somewhat balanced. You can draft a lot of different decks. The games are interesting. Your decisions matter. You don't just win or lose the game based on, like, playing any given card too often. Obviously, it's going to happen once in a while. Okay, so we would love to Elspeth's Nightmare their Devourer, but if they pump it, that would fizzle it. So I think what we want to do here is play Devourer pre-combat. If they counter it, we're actually ecstatic, because then we can slam Elspeth's Nightmare, kill their Devourer, hit for 5, and life is good. If it resolves, I don't want to let them trade Devourer for Charger, so now I'm just going to attack with only Vexing Goal. If they flash in their goal and trade, again, I can just post-combat Nightmare their Devourer, and life is good. If they take it, gotta ship to the opponent. I'm not going to just play Nightmare to have them pump. I know the Charger comes back, but again, who knows if they're even going to have another 2-power creature? They can't just leave their mana up and do nothing. I want to Elspeth's Nightmare away this Devourer. It's not that it would have been a bad trade. It's just a lot less effective than Elspeth's Nightmaring away the Devourer. We don't have any cards in the yard or anything. It's not coming back anytime soon. I left Itchy Fish in the board because we have a really aggressive deck. Okay, so now we can pump. Give it unblockable. And then just hit them for 5. That doesn't change anything, right? Oh, they can make it into a Vexing Goal. And then they're going to be able to block Vexing Goal with their 3/3 flyer. So I guess I have to bounce it. But I cannot. Oh yeah, I can. It doesn't have hexproof yet, does it? It's going to get hexproof, but doesn't have it yet. Sweet. And this is why you make your opponent use their cards first and you play around things, right? Yes, if I missed a mill with 3 mana up end of their turn, I should have milled myself. You're absolutely correct. Okay, so now what we can do is awesome. So we don't really want to have to pump Devour this turn because we have 6 mana to spend, but we of course can't let them get a free kill or something. So what we're going to do here is play Elspeth's Nightmare and kill their 2/1. Now we can attack with both. If they want to chump block the Devourer to make me pump it, cool, I'll tap 3 and pump it and eat their Thaumaturge. If they take it, post-combat we can play Charger. So now we use all our cards, all our mana, and deal maximum damage. Life is good. It's a very aggressive attack. I mean, I guess they didn't really have much to do, but now they're dead, right? They could have copied Wingull and put the 5/3 on Charger and the Wingull on Vexing Goal. Okay, though. Now they're just dead on board, so. Pump to make it unblockable. Pump again for a 4th point of damage. And they take 6 and die. Good game. Death before Dishonor. They're not the first to choose that tonight. Arena seems like it's getting a little laggy. I think it's doing the memory thing. The stream is fine and my internet is fine. So I'm just going to restart Arena really quickly. Just go right back in. Just close it and reopen it because it does that memory leak thing. Eventually they'll get their programs working. Yeah, I mean, that's why Devour is such a strong card. It's just a 2-mana 2/1 that just ends the game in stalemates or in the late game. Can attack whenever you want. Okay, this game we're going to be on the draw. Not really sure what we want to do. Don't think we want to change much. Mogi's Favor is good against them. Aspect's not great on the draw. We could take that out. Maybe bring in like a Libation. It's a little cheaper. Seems like it's pretty good in our deck. We have a lot of little removal, so we can Elspeth's Nightmare and Mogi's Favor and Mire's Grasp the small creatures, and then use Libation to get something better. Unfortunately, we can't keep this, even though it's a nice cheap hand. That's much better. I don't know if we want to put back second Elspeth's Nightmare or Vexing Goal. We're definitely keeping Island, Swamp Grasp, and Woe Strider, and then, of course, one Nightmare, because we're only putting one back. But we did see several targets for the Nightmares. Their deck has plenty of spells and plenty of small creatures. Cardboard Live should be on. Is it not working? I have it open. It's supposed to be on. Why kill the Mystic with Nightmare and then offer the trade with the Thermitage? I wasn't actually offering the trade with Thermitage. If they blocked, I would have paid 3 and pumped, and then I would have just ate the Thermitage for free. So the way I played it there, Cardboard Nomad, they couldn't block, or I would pay 3 and eat their creature. If I were to kill the Thermitage, then they could block with the Mystic, because the Mystic has 2 power, and I could only pump my creature into a 3/2. So now, what do you think, Goal or Nightmare? Nightmare's better than Goal, but we would have to have a second 2-power target. Yeah, we saw a lot of 2-power creatures out of their deck. I think we can hit 2 of them with Nightmares. It's a close choice. Of course, putting back Woe Strider, Grasp, or Island or Swamp would be a mistake. Between second copy of Nightmare and Goal, it's definitely close. Hey, there's a nice 2-power creature to hit. Let's get this party started. And remember, whereas sometimes you want to play creatures before removal spells, that's generally a good heuristic. It's not in the case of Nightmare. You don't want to give them the opportunity to use their removal on your creatures. Pretend my opponent's holding only one Mire's Grasp and no other spells. If I play Woe Strider first, before I play Nightmare, they can use their Mire's Grasp. If I play Nightmare first, well, they can't, frankly. So you want to play your Nightmare before your creatures, if you can. So Renata's going to have 2 power. Thrix is a problem. They are 2 blue away from it, because it's double blue, unless they top deck exactly an island, because Unknown Shores will make it cost 6. I guess we can just Libation it. So I don't think they should be able to connect the Aspect on anything. So I'm going to take Inevitable End. Oh, wait, my bad. They're going to Nightmare us. So they're going to be able to get rid of Nightmare Grasp or Libation. Well, it doesn't really change much. I still think we want to take Inevitable End. And then, just going to put out more stuff now. So, I mean, we have 3 good spells. We'll see which one they take, and then we can plan a little more from there. What does this thing do exactly? 4/5, Flash Flying, but we'll know they have it, so they won't get us with it with Flash. And then 5 mana or more spells cost 1 less. Okay, so that's not that scary. I mean, it's a big flyer, and it has Flash. But it's not the scariest thing in the world. Here, it doesn't look like any decisions. To our knowledge, they can't do anything. So we're just going to attack and play a Devourer. Just try and get ahead. They can't cast any of these 3 spells, but they're not far from casting all of them. An island would literally unlock their whole hand. And of course, there it is. Why do I name cards? Why? What was the point of that? So let's see. If I attack now, they can flash in this 4/5. I can finish it off with Mire's Grasp, though, whichever one of these they block. That doesn't really seem that bad for me. And then I can use the remaining 2 mana on Devourer. So I'm pretty happy to just attack with my Woe Strider and Devourer here. If they want to block Woe Strider, it can come back eventually. If they want to block Devourer, cool. I'll grasp Devourer and pass back to them. If they take it, what are we doing? I have to play my Devourer, I think, and then they can hit me, make me discard 2. It's not great for me. But I can always keep Mire's Grasp and then shrink it, and a 1/2 is not super relevant, so it's not the end of the world. I'm going to have to discard Nightmare and Witness. That's not great, but they're falling further behind. They're going to go to 16. I'm going to hit them back for 7, 9 if I draw a land, and I'm going to Mire's Grasp the 4/5. And that's the really nice thing about Mire's Grasp. It might not kill a bigger creature, but -3/-3 is practically as good as dead in Limited. A 4/5 flyer, that's a pretty good threat. A 1/2 flyer, I ain't scared. So since we didn't draw a land, though, we can't attack with the Drowners, or we'll lose one, which we don't want to do, because once we Mire's Grasp this, it's basically not a card. So we'll just go ahead and send the Woe Strider. If they want to chump block, cool. And we can even use our mana on Mystic. Had we drawn a land, it would have actually been much better. Then we could have activated the Devourers and hit for 6. That said, unless they drew some really good answers to these Devourers, this game is over. They have a 1/2 lifelink. That's not going to race in any way. It's just 1 life. It doesn't even have Vigilance. And then this is 6 a turn, unblockable. So I can't really imagine they can actually come back here. So again, Woe Strider for either of their creatures is a good deal for me. But I don't want to send Mystic into the Renata. So I think this turn, we're just going to activate Devourer. I'm at a point now where I don't want to let them trade with my 6 unblockable. I'll just send Woe Strider. They can either trade with Renata or Chump. And then I'm getting them for 6 unblockable. Same plan next turn. And as soon as I draw an island, I can activate them and play another Devourer. Because they could attack back and gain 4 and then kill one of the Devourers or something, Bruno Boss. So it would have been a really aggressive play last turn to not Mire's Grasp before 5 flying lifelink. Imagine they do something like on tap and slap like Warbriar's Blessing on that. They fight off one of the Devourers and gain 4. Then they attack and gain 4 more. And they dealt me 4 and gained 8 life. Imagine I let them do that. Once I Mire's Grasp it, now it's not really a scary creature for the rest of the game. Even if they kill one of my Devourers or something, who cares? They have a 1/2. I can race a 1/2 lifelink. I can't race a 4/5 lifelink. A 4/5 lifelink, really scary. A 1/2 lifelink, not scary at all. No, I probably should have scryed with the goat there, Murph Dog. I think you're right about that one. I don't think they could possibly win, and I just, was like, okay, this is the line to win. But I think I should have scryed with that, because an island was a really good draw for me, so that I could activate my 2 things and play the 3rd one. So I would have been looking for an island or a removal spell, and bottoming random creatures. So I probably should have scryed with the goat. Yeah, this is the end of the night tonight. It's my first night doing 3 in a row for the week. My new schedule, Tuesday, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. So I'm not going to make it a long night tonight. Plus, I got to get back to Pioneer testing. Which, as I've said, I'm a limited guy. I always will be. This booster, I would much rather play this booster draft format than Pioneer. But honestly, I've been enjoying Pioneer. Pioneer has honestly been like, what I've always wanted from Constructed. So far, it's a bunch of different decks. They're all pretty close in power level. There's not really broken combo decks at Goldfish, and there's lots of great disruption. I've honestly been genuinely enjoying Pioneer, much to my surprise. I don't know if other people out there have had a similar experience, but it's actually been pretty fun. Well, I am only testing it because I have the Pioneer Pro Tour in a week and a half. But I've actually, like I said, been liking it, to be honest. All right, Elspeth's Nightmare before creatures, like we talked about. But I'll be right back tomorrow, 5 p.m., with 3 more Theros best of 3 drafts. This is the plan all week. Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursdays, 5 p.m. Eastern, 3 drafts a night. I've mostly been playing just all the different stock decks at this point. There's no way to decide what we're going to play until we see this weekend's results, because the Pro Tour in Nagoya and Brussels happens this weekend, and then ours in Phoenix happens the following weekend. So it's impossible for us to decide what to play, North Americans, until we see this weekend's results. So I've just been playing with all the different stock decks. I mean, I have a few ideas I've been testing a little too, but got to keep those on lock when there's Pro Tours this weekend and the next. But for the most part, I've been playing blue-white, I've been playing mono-black, I've been playing blue-green ramp. Played a little with the white devotion, with the red-black grindy deck. Just trying out everything, basically. Okay, I don't really see choices here. I don't really want to empty my hand when they have Enemy of Enlightenment, though. So actually, I'm not sure whether I want to double spell or just hold on to these lands and single spell. It's actually pretty close. Yeah, I'm not sure, actually. So, Vexing Goal can eat Hateful Eidolon. Don't know if they'll play around it or not. If I hit for 3 and pass to them. So this is the first one of these Ixo, so I'm not 100%. But to my understanding, it should be about the same as normal as the previous Tabletop Pro Tours. I think I am just going to hit for 3 and pass. I want to hold these lands for... No, that can't be right. Like, the enemy's going to make me discard the lands anyway. Well, I guess every turn I attack for 3 is pretty good, though. And if I discard the lands, I can then use them to buy back a Charger after it trades with Celebrant. So yeah, I think I'm going to hit for 3 and pass. We should get to eat this Hateful Eidolon with Vexing Goal, so that's pretty strong. And then we'll see if they drew a land to play Enemy of Enlightenment or not. So now we can also just never play these lands. We can play Charger. We've got our Mantle protecting all our creatures. And that Mantle's a pretty good draw. Because now if they block Charger with Celebrant and then they go to deal 2 to Goal or Charger, we can save it with Mantle. So that was actually pretty strong. It's not exhausting at all, KH Tad. It's just like drafting against weaker talent, except you don't win as often. Okay, so we can Elspeth's Nightmare away Celebrant. Then they're going to go deal 2 to Vexing Goal. We can then put Starlight Mantle on it. I don't really care about eating this Underworld Ragehound. We're winning this race handily. But I don't want to miss a point, so I think we want to do this pre-combat. They should target Vexing Goal. It'd be pretty weird if they didn't. At the moment, they almost think we're helping them. Of course, we have the Mantle, so we're not. I'm not going to offer them this trade. This Underworld Ragehound has to attack. So now we'll let them hit me for 3. And then we can just attack with all 3 of our creatures. Even if they drew a land for Enemy of Enlightenment, we get to draw a 3rd card. So it's going to be a 2/2. So it won't have a good block on any of our creatures. This is still the draft with Woe Strider. This is round 3. Alright, so they're a black-red aggro. We're on the draw. Did they have any great creatures for Itchy Fish? It's okay on the Enemy of Enlightenment if we need to do that. But that card costs 6. Other than that, not really. Plus, we have Elspeth's Nightmare to kill all the small creatures. Do we have any cards that aren't good when you're on the draw? Like, Dismissal's okay, not great in a matchup like this. Mantle looks okay, not great. Aspect is okay, not great. But our curve is nice and low. I wouldn't mind taking out, like, 1 Charger in case they curve out. It's kind of hard to have 3 of a card that can't block in your deck when you're going to be on the draw against a red-black deck. Maybe swap, like, one of those for the removal, since we're on the draw. I definitely don't want to take any Elspeths. I saw multiple targets, and I saw removal out of them. The Elspeth's Nightmares are just fantastic cards. Like I said, you draft them lower. They do have diminishing returns when you already have some. But I don't think you're really ever cutting those. Alright, we've got to mulligan this. Got to keep this. Definitely going to bottom a land. I don't know whether we have double blue or double black. I can't really think of either. Do we have any double black or any double blue cards? 100% we're bottoming a land. We're on the draw. Most of our cards are pretty cheap in this deck. The only question is, do we bottom Swamp or Island? And I can't think of double black or double blue cards. Can anyone think of any? Can't think of a single one, to be honest. Woe Strider's Escape is double black. The front half is single black, but the Escape is double black. True. Good job, chat. As usual, y'all don't miss anything. Yeah, crowdsourcing is very powerful, Glenn. No doubt about it. People who think they're smarter than the crowd are not. Luckily, I am not one of those people, so I greatly appreciate the help. I take Elspeth's Nightmare. They're all relatively close, medieval on you, but I'm a big fan of Elspeth's Nightmare in this grindy format. Yeah, hindsight always has things like that to say, D-Rida. We're not results-oriented. See if there's anything left to get. Ooh, there is. Nothing in our graveyard for them to exile that matters. And it's really like a 2.5 for one, because exiling the graveyard has value in the escape format. This is a recursive format with escape and long games. So, I mean, this is like a 2.2 for one on average. Itchy Fish can kill something big. To our knowledge, they're not even holding anything else. So let's go ahead and Myers Grasp away the Heartbeat, put out our 3/3, and back to you, opponent. Yeah, I'm not going to play this land. I was not planning on playing it in case they have Enemy of Enlightenment. So this is kind of interesting. Well, they don't really have cards in their graveyard. We have 2, not 3. So I think I'm happy enough to Itchy Fish and continue playing aggressively. They can chump, and then at some point they might get to bring that back. But by the time they're bringing that back, we probably can bring back Charger as a 5/5. I would take Elspeth's Nightmare over Final Death. I'm a very big fan of Elspeth's Nightmare. Okay, so if we attack, they can now block and draw a card. We might find removal for Hateful Eidolon. We have 2 Elspeth's Nightmares, so I see no reason to give them that option now. We also can't play around Enemy of Enlightenment when we have Devour and we want to cast things and pump. So now it's Devourer time. We're going to be milling ourselves. We're looking for Mogi's Favor. We're looking for Woe Strider. Why don't they draw? Oh, because I control the enchantment. You're right. I should have attacked then with the Charger, because if they trade with it, I can just bring it back, especially knowing I have Devour to fill my yard. That was a mistake. Hit the punt counter. That was the first real mistake in like a situation that was like close and did matter. Because now I can't... Well, I can actually attack with Charger, because if they block, I can double pump Devourer, so it won't die to Celebrant. But it would have been good for me to let them block there. That was a mistake. Okay, so what are we doing now? I can grow the Devour to a 4/3. So I'm not worried if they block with Celebrant. So I think we pump once. So they can't block Devour, of course. Now I can attack with both. Anything they trade with the Charger, my Charger can't block and can come back, so I'm happy about it. I should have done this last turn. I didn't because I thought they would draw a card, but they don't because I control the Itchy Fish. And now we'll put out another one of those. And again, we could use a lot of mana on any one turn with these Devourers, so I'm not going to hold lands in case they top deck enemies since they're empty-handed. They absolutely have to control the aura. That has come up a bunch of times. I did know that, but just made a mistake on board. So I assume... Well, they can't bring back the spawn. They don't have the cards in the yard. Okay, so they drew a Grim Physician. So again, this is interesting. We're happy if they trade anything for Charger, but we don't want to lose Devourer. If I pump with the Devourer, and if I pump the Devourer pre-combat and I send all three, they could, like, double chump block and then point Physician and Celebrant at Devourer. That's not horrible for me. I mean, I kill 2 of their creatures for my Devourer. It's not great. What if I send Charger and Devourer? Then I can send all of Charger's damage to the Celebrant and then not kill the Grim Physician. I'll lose the Charger, which is almost a good thing for me. And then the 2 damage from the Celebrant won't kill anything. So I think we actually want to make a fancy play here and send 1 Charger. This way, both of their creatures can't die in combat. Okay, well, that doesn't really change any of that, I don't think. Because if we kill one... Well, it actually kind of does. What we can do now is kill Grim Physician pre-combat. And then... oh, no, because we don't have enough mana to keep pumping Devourer. So, yeah. So that doesn't change anything pre-combat. So now we're going to make that fancy attack with one of the 2 Chargers. If they double block Charger, we kill just Celebrant. There's a thing I have to check, right? Like a setting, so that I can assign all 3 to Celebrant and not kill Physician also. They can double block, but I'm happy that my Charger's dying, and I don't have to kill both their creatures. I think there's an auto-assign or something. So if we take that off, auto-assign combat damage. Now we're going to make a really fancy play that doesn't come up very often. We're going to assign 3 to the Celebrant and none to the Physician. So now they only get 2 damage, not 3. So if they target Devourer, I'll just pump it. They should still target Devourer, make me pump it. But I'll pump it so it won't die. I should have probably done that in combat. I think I missed a point of damage. But nonetheless, it's a really, really important sweet play. Hey, what's up, Legend? Thank you for the raid. How you doing tonight? So that's like a really sweet play that comes up every once in a while, and it was the optimal play for the turn, but there was no targets for the 2 damage, so they were going to do it to the Devourer. So I should have pumped the Devourer in combat. I missed 1 point of damage. I agree, Legend. This format has been great. I think this is my favorite after M20 and Dominaria of the past couple years. I think this is third behind Dominaria. I think it's Dominaria, then M20, then this, like, for the past, like, 2 or 3 years. Not counting Modern Horizons. Okay, so now we drew Elspeth's Nightmare, and we have Mogi's Favor. We also have, like, a 5/5 we kind of want to bring back. So much good stuff going on. If we pump to Devour pre-combat... they don't really have any productive blocks with Physician. So I guess we can just do that and then attack with both. They'll probably chump block, but then the -1/-1 doesn't hit anything. So this looks okay. I do remember damage on the stack. Epic handyman. Throne was good. I like Throne. I don't think it's as good as Theros, but I think it's fun. It kind of got a bad rap on Arena because of the mill problem, but in person, Throne was a pretty balanced, healthy format. And Elspeth's Nightmare takes time to get going, and I do want to get their graveyard. They're going to be able to bring back Spawn here and kill Charger, but I mean, I'll just bring back Charger. This is overall going to be a pretty good game from here, but I do want to get rid of their lifelinker, and I should have plenty of blockers to throw in front of Spawn, and I should win this race. I can also Mogi's Favor away the Rage Hound at some point, and they shouldn't be able to bring it back, because their graveyard's going to get exiled one way or another this turn. Most likely to them bringing back Spawn, not to my Elspeth, but at least it forces them to do that. So we're definitely going to sack Charger. Can always bring it back. Our graveyard is chock full of cards. It is going to be a pretty good race from here, but they're going to have to top deck to win. Okay, so they're at 8. Can we kill them in 2? Yes. If we activate Devour and hit them for 3, they're at 5. And then next turn we could activate Devour and put Mogi's Favor on it. So they're dead next turn if they don't top deck anything, as long as we hit them for 3 this turn. But we're facing 8 on board. 8 is not 9. So I think what we do here is Mogi's Favor away their Underworld Rage Hound. That makes it a lot harder for them to kill us. We've got 8 mana, so this actually works out really well. We can Mogi's Favor and put out Towering Wave Mystic here. And activate Devour of Memory. This is just a great turn. And then we have lethal next turn with Devour plus our own Mogi's Favor on it. +2/-1. Yes, sir. So this game, let's go ahead and get in the 3 we need so that we're threatening lethal next turn. And unless they top deck a removal or something, or some way to deal that extra 4 here, they're dead. Yeah, I mean, we couldn't lethal this turn. There's no way. But now we can 5 them next turn, pump, and favor it, like I said. So unless they top deck the removal for Devour or +4 damage, this game's over. I'm not going to be blocking Spawn here. I mean, there's like nothing that +4 is really. Not much I can think of. Devour is a really good card. There's a reason we drafted blue-black aggro when blue-black's a control deck in this format. So hopefully they just didn't top deck a removal spell, in which case we win. I don't know who Rem is. It's kind of sleep, I think, during your sleep cycles. REM, Rapid Eye Movement. That's true. Another land and we don't even have to favor. But even if we don't draw the land, favor does the job anyway. And it's a good thing we didn't chump block. If we had chump block, that Libation would have killed Devour. But now they're dead. Oh yeah, it's also a good band. Yeah, REM. That was a sweet one, too. Well, like I said, I'm going to make it a kind of short night tonight because it's my first of 3 in a row. I'll be back tomorrow at 5 p.m. Eastern. Same deal as tonight. 3 Theros best of 3 drafts dropping after round 3 because otherwise each draft takes forever. We did get the... Well, really, we should call it an 8-0 tonight because one of my opponents got disconnected in a good game that they were probably a favorite in, and it was game 1 of the match. But it is true, we didn't lose a match tonight, so that was kind of nice. 8-0, 9-0, whatever you want to call it, always feels good.